way shortly.
Basically, Tony is basically pretty close, but it's still behind. You hear me? Alright, so, I don't know right now. Alright, so basically, I'll give you the quick version. RAM, they both have 60 megabytes of DDR6. And that's about as far as I get to go because the mouse is better. Your guy. Look at your fancy outfit.
Battle Royale.
You're the squad leader.
For your team, soldier. You've got gas closing in fast.
Alright, hit select, you hit RB lefty to zoom in and out, and pick a location, hit up on the D-pad. You jumped, didn't you? You jumped? Shit, where we going? Land right there. Land on my mark. Land right below you.
Your primary objective is to kill them all.
I'm dead. There was two in that room. Alright, you get to go in the gulag and try to revive. Oh my god, are you really that much of a noob? Alright, basically, you go on a 1v1 match, and if you win, you respawn.
If you survive, you earn your freedom. Get yourself sorted, you're up.
So, watch the middle, don't worry about them, watch the middle. See how one person spawns on each side? Right, you're right there, I see your part of the enemy. Alright, he's running to the middle, he's in the middle, he's in the middle. He's still in the middle.
We're sending you back to your team can still buy you back.
Watch me,
They
bro.
have the cash.
Like that. That car is done, bro. See it?
Okay.
So then I respawn. I'm gonna land by the farm. Now, I can respawn you if I get some money. You gotta deploy your parachute too. It does on your first jump if you don't touch anything. There's somebody there. You hear me? Now you ain't got the fucking gun yet. Getting the fuck out of here.
I'm driving. On y va.
Good news is I'm in the circle, so... I almost got enough money. There's a firefight right outside, though. Right over there.
I'm driving. On y va.
I'm gonna go out to the prison. I just need a little bit more money. There's a store right here that I can get you back. Alright, the people in prison left. They took the chopper.
So how does this so-called prison thing work?
For this place?
Yeah.
Alright, I got enough. I can get you back. And then grab this armor right here.
Body armor.
And make sure you put body armor on.
Okay.
This prison thing doesn't matter. It's just a location.
Oh, okay. I was wondering. I was like, I didn't know what you were trying to collect there.
I was just trying to go somewhere to collect more money so I can get you back.
Okay, so how do I know? Oh, okay, it spawns me right above you. Nice.
Yeah. So we have time to loot this. We gotta get some good guns. But definitely come over here and grab this body armor. And there is a gun here too.
I've got an SMG.
I'm coming down now.
Body armor.
Don't forget the parachute.
Oh, I did this time. Trust me.
You don't have to do it so early, but there's a gun in here.
Oh. They're outside the wall. We're fine. They're outside. Alright, let me grab this stuff. How do I put armor on? Oh, I see it.
Hell wide. Hell wide.
Got it. Okay, was there anything else? No, all empty.
Hey, you typically here's a pretty good
I've
gun.
got an SMG.
Green.
Thanks, bro.
You
MP7.
know, like green, then blue, then
Yeah, what we got? Green, blue, purple, yellow. Okay.
Yep. All that shit. So, you can buy stuff at the store if you get money, which the store is right over there where I bought you back.
Yeah. All right. How do we look in terms of like
Hey, there's stuff up here.
Okay, yeah. So we're right at the border. I see it.
Here, here's some more
Body armor.
armor plates. Go ahead and pick this armor plates up.
Body armor.
All right, let me come get it real quick.
Oh shit! Can you pick me up?
Yeah, what you do?
I was trying to go down the ladder, and I realized you can't go down that way.
Yeah.
Go to the top and grab those armor plates up there.
Up here, the ladder.
Yeah.
Loadout drop inbound.
Where are you going? No, over here. This ladder. That's fine. I'm just gonna grab him again.
Okay. What's this shop icon thingy?
Gas inbound. Safe zone relocated.
Huh?
Like the shopping cart thing. Like what is that? What is that all about?
That's where you buy
Enemy
shit.
personal radar in the air.
Like if you have good enough money, you can buy shit there.
Oh, okay.
Alright, now we're no longer in the circle, so we're gonna have to move.
Gotcha.
You really should play the tutorial. There's a tutorial.
Yeah, no, I should have, but I didn't think we were doing Warzone. I'm thinking, okay, you know, never played Warzone.
Alright, I'm gonna hit the store and then we gotta go.
Okay. Oh, okay, so we can keep parachuting even though, okay.
Yeah, yeah.
It's infinite, like we don't run out or anything?
Enemy UAV overhead.
No. Alright, we gotta go. Let's get in the vehicle.
Alright, let's go.
I'll drive.
Come on, we gotta go, we gotta go.
I didn't know which way'd you go. Hold on. Oh shoot, there we go. Alright, go, go, go. Wait, how do I get on this side?
Yeah,
The inside of the car actually looks pretty good. Your shirt moves, your pants is moving. Wow, look at that detail, bro. Wow.
You can get a custom loadout. If you want.
I could?
Hurry up.
Oh. Oh, sweet. How do I do this?
Just pick up one of your custom loadouts that you have.
Screw it. I'll just go this one, I guess. I'll go with the PKM. It doesn't let you pick all of them?
I'll drive.
No, just one. Come on. It's the only way to get perks.
I'll ride on.
Oh, okay. Oh, doesn't really give. What is that? A chopper up there?
It might be.
Hmm. Wow. Are we being shot at?
No. I'm gonna pull in here.
Holy shit, we're lagging.
Not looted. There's a crate nearby. I can hear it.
Oh, okay. So we got the little crate now. Ooh, found bullets.
Yeah, the crates
Sweet.
are- Yeah, I'm lagging a little bit.
Yeah, there's some people down in the city, but at least we're in the ring thingy. Was this part of the campaign?
Claymore set.
Yeah, you gotta keep looting and try to grab money. Every time you open a crate, there's money. And there's armor plates up here if you need some.
We're coming.
I'm max.
So how many can we oh, I'm max too. Oh, but we can carry
Yeah, you
extra?
can hold five,
Okay.
up to 5, that's it.
Okay.
Oh, yeah. You can carry 3 on your person and 5 in your backpack.
Gotcha.
I'm gonna hit the roof and see if there's anything up there.
Hey, what's up, Jay? What's going on, man? How are you guys? Thank you so much for coming in. Alright, let's figure this one out. Alright. Everybody wanna do my first game of Warzone here with Young Daddy 666. Unbelievable, Young Daddy. Teach me the ropes, bro. You must give me the guidance. You must carry me. Now, I like that we got parachutes, though. That's really nice. Oh, I see the gas.
Yeah.
Oh my god. Like somebody blew a big giant fart. Where are we going? Alright, let's see. So we got...
Alright, we gotta go further into the circle. I'm gonna go get this contract over here. This little microphone glass I'm going towards is a contract. It's up there. I'm not gonna be able to get that.
Not gonna be able to get it? The ladder? Oh yeah, that'll take too long. Okay.
No, it's in the ladder. Yeah, it's fine. Let's just get back to... We can actually run it.
Yeah. The only thing is, though, I heard a lot of gunshots out this way, bro, so be careful. Especially the city. I got a PKM, bro. Not the best gun in the world, but...
How do you have 0 money?
I got 0 money?
Yeah.
I don't know, bro. How do I get money? I haven't seen anybody yet.
By looting.
Oh, wait, I hear a chest.
Yeah, it's up on top.
Yeah, you're right.
Gas is moving.
You can hear this chest in here. So you'll auto pick up the big stuff, or the stuff that your guy will use, and then you'll have to pick up like individual items if it's better.
Run. Get to the zone.
Okay. All right, we got 23 people left.
If you double click,
Being very cheap. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Jay, did you want to get in with us, bro?
There's a crate here if you want to stop.
Found a vendor. Get
Yeah, but I don't got that much money. I only got like $500, bro. What can I get with that? Anything good? Watch the stadium.
Pretty much nothing now.
Yeah, I'm not worried about it. Let us go. First round anyway, man. I'm just getting to adjust some things.
And what you need to get used to is firefighting.
I do.
Fighting, because you're gonna die quick. Alright, there's a flare up top there. All the way across, straight ahead and due north. You see that flare? That means somebody just spawned there.
Shoot.
Kind of like the way we're going, so.
Yeah. Careful. They're gonna be northwest. They're gonna be 333. Man, this is all wide open and land, bro. I wish I had a sniper right now. But at least we're in the ring. So I did watch a little preview how people play this.
Okay, we got shots. Watch it, they're shooting at us.
Oh.
Get down in the valley. My sniper.
Let's move it around.
For the best. Yep.
Gas is moving in. New safe zone located.
Go.
Oh, actually, we're heading towards the ring anyway, so.
I know, just watch it though, because he's a...
How we look on the left?
I'm a little bit.
How am I getting, Oh, yeah, don't,
All right.
yeah.
Not like during another fight.
Alright, so we gotta be careful here, be very cautious. Just glad that the game's actually working, bro. Last night I tried to play, it just wasn't working. What's wrong with this tree, bro?
Just speaking. Alright, let's go.
Shoot. How do I take out my handgun? Oh, we can't.
I see movement.
How'd you mark that?
Gas is moving.
Oh, yeah, we got a parachute.
Up on the D-pad to mark one, double tap it, it'd be enemies. Just like Apex.
Claymore set.
We have shots to our
Run,
left.
get to
Get
the
inside
zone.
this house over here.
On the bridge.
Fuck. Fuck, the house is not safe either.
Nope. There's gunshots in the house.
Objective updated. Secure that
Get over here.
I'm coming.
Alright, let's go.
Claymore set.
You guys secure that location.
Yeah, it's dangerous over there, bro. There's only 15 left. 13 technically, counting us. There's a vehicle up there. No, car's coming behind you, bro. What is that?
Yeah, is that ATV? Come on, go.
They're coming out to you. Oh, wait.
Driving. On y va.
Go. Oh! Oh, I can't aim that far? Oh, my character fell out. Seriously? Wow. Stupid guy. Stupid. Don't worry about me. Stay alive.
I'm here. Get ready to move.
me get the hell out of here.
Gas inbound. Safe zone relocated.
Yeah, they were shooting at me, bro. I was trying to shoot.
Get out. Alright, we gotta secure this location. We'll get some good money this way.
Yeah, I need, let me get some put some shields on.
I have somebody near me.
I'm coming. Where you at?
Watch it.
25 are left. Stay sharp out there.
Got the door behind you.
Recon intel secured. Solid.
Sweet. Oh, one's coming in. Front door just opened. Really? Got him. Another one coming in. I'm gonna go upstairs real quick. Oh! Upstairs. Wow! 2 upstairs, bro, to the left. Don't be careful. Forgot about that. Wow, straight camping it though. Yeah, this one does suck, man. I need to change my gun, but it's okay. I did all right. Just wish I had like an AR or submachine gun, really. Something I'm familiar with. Stay alive, young daddy. Yeah, guys, I tried. You know, right now I got to see what's going on here with my RAM. Thank you so much for the follow, guys. Gotta figure this out here for the most part. Yeah. No, yeah, it's a light machine gun. I mean, it's a very slow gun. It sucks in that point, but I mean, I tried. It's my first round, guys. First round. You know, I never played Warzone, so I forgot how to play this game in general. Like I did a regular multiplayer match last night and didn't even do that good. A little rusty. All right, let's see here. Uh-oh. Young Daddy's going at it, guys. Young Daddy is going at it. How do I check my, Why does it keep showing 3840 by 2160? I don't want that. Maybe this will run better. I don't know. $1920 by 1017. That's close enough. Yeah, I don't know why I was doing the other one. So weird. Okay, let's figure this out here, guys. I could just actually, let's see here. Do this.
Keep the pressure on.
Do it like this. This should probably help a lot better.
Only 10 remain.
No, young daddy.
From the lot. Bailey's a proper teacher.
No way. So what is the amount of players joining this anyway? Oh, why did this kick me off? shoot. Hold on, guys. That was weird. 150? Ouch.
Hello? You did more than left the party. You bailed on me, you little ASO bitch.
Yeah, bro, there was two upstairs. I didn't even know if you even heard me said that. I felt bad. I was like, damn, there was two to the left upstairs. I'm like, ah.
I took them both out. Did you see that? No, you probably didn't even get to see anything.
Give me 1 second. What happened with the where's the whole
Well, I have been.
what? No, you're not.
Yeah, I gotta get off for a minute, a little bit.
Okay, no problem, no problem.
I'm just at work, so I have to.
Oh yeah, yeah. I feel...
I might be back. I should be. Do a couple things for about. Probably be back in like 20-30 minutes.
Okay, well, just in case, bro. Like I said, just make sure you get your bleeding edge ready, just in case. I hop on that. I'm not sure yet. Try out this
Well, I
Warzone.
can't download it. I'm on a hotspot right now.
Oh, that's why you should be on Project X Cloud, bro. Who the hell downloads anymore? Just cloud it.
I agree. It's just I applied
Come on, man.
For iPhones and I didn't get accepted. So.
Oh, well, iPhone was announced that it was being accepted, but I think they're only allowed to play Halo. That's it. That's the only games they can play currently.
Just Halo and
Yeah.
it's very limited. All right, bro.
All right, man. Go ahead and back out of that Xbox party there, guys. All right, let me see what's going on here, because I'm looking right now, and we're using a lot of RAM usage here, guys. Microphone. I need to rearrange this microphone in my way. Guess I could do it like that, right? That should help. Yeah, that should be better. Am I gonna play it? I have it on Xbox. I don't have it on PC though. It doesn't matter. It's crossplay anyway. So I actually ended up doing. Oh no, I can't play it on Xbox. Thanks, Jay, for saying all that. I wish Project X was actually on PC now. We would be good. But okay. Anyway, I'm gonna do training real quick just to kind of get a better feel of this game, so we get a better understanding of everything. Oh, it's not? Really?
Warzone training. In Warzone, every operator is equipped with an armored vest. Grab an armor plate from the table.
Let me double check. Until the 24th? Oh, I didn't even know. Thanks, Jay, for bringing that up. I didn't even know. I'm going to check real quick here.
Pick up the armor.
Oh, they did took it off. They must have just recently took it off because it was just on here. Oh, wow. Yeah, you're right, Jay. Never mind, guys. Completely ignore all that. The beta test is over. No.
Grab some armor plates.
Alright, so we got 2 armor plates. Alright. So we're gonna put some armor on here real quick.
Good work.
Alright.
Proceed to the next area. Hit all targets. Nicely done. Switch to your rifle.
How did I do that? Oh. I'll switch to my rifle.
Well done, mate. Mount your weapon on a piece of cover.
Alright, let's do this again.
Approach some cover.
Okay.
Aim down your sights and mount your weapon on the cover. Now the target is mounted. Sound of the armor breaking. You hear that? That means the armor's gone. Mounting stabilizes your weapon. It's good for mid to long distance engagements. Proper job, well done. One of the best tools you have available is the TAC map. On the TAC map, you'll find optional missions known as contracts. Complete contracts to earn rewards for your team. Nicely done. Find and accept the contract.
Alright. Am I supposed to shoot these guys?
Supply box located. Move to secure. Proceed to the next area.
Okay.
This contract's contract marked supply box is on the map for you. Nicely done. Next objective located. Take any loot you want. Otherwise, I've got to clean this mess up myself. Notice supply boxes make a distinct sound when you close.
Okay.
Nice. Your loot finding skills are remarkable. Proceed to the next area.
Yeah, that's fine, Jay. Yeah, go ahead and Discord to me that for that, and if it's something I gotta download, I'll download it later. Wow, how many shots for that? Oh, I gotta shoot him in the head. Oh, we get shield turret, we get the armor plate. We're gonna just take these. Guess that's worth it.
Locate more cash. Proper job, well done.
Oh,
Cash can be used at buy stations to buy kill streaks and other special items. Buy stations are marked on the TAC map. Good work.
oh, look at that.
Buy stations allow you to bring teammates back from the dead, purchase kill streaks and more. Purchase a loadout drop marker. Look inside the building for cash.
Whoops. Whoops.
Look inside the building for cash. Cash
But-
and loot are found inside buildings. Look inside the building for cash. Use the buy station to find a loadout drop marker.
Big mistake on my part.
Purchase a loadout drop marker.
Oh, that was the new radar system that they added for the police cars now, Jay. It's pretty cool.
Nicely done. Now call in a loadout drop and stand clear of the smoke.
What is this?
Throw out the loadout drop marker.
I think I kind of see what this is. Okay. All right. How'd you end up finding that? That's interesting.
Loadout drop.
Okay. Loadout drop. How do I do that? Oh, that's like our loadout to get. Okay.
Loadout drops allow you to select a full loadout. A loadout drop is the only way to get perks and certain weapon attachments in Warzone Battle Royale.
They're not the loadouts I had. Okay.
Well done, mate.
Hold on. I gotta adjust those.
Try some more equipment or move to the next area when you're ready.
Oh, okay. Okay. Interesting.
Okay, Kruger, hit the deck. When your teammates are down, you can revive them if you're close.
Okay.
Spot on.
How's the game running, guys? Is it running pretty good? Yeah, I think it's running a lot better than usual, which is good.
You can ping anything in the world for your team. Ping an armor plate for your team.
Oh, let's alt.
Thank you.
Body armor here.
Solid work.
Moving. Disregard last. Body armor here.
Pick a spot and mark its location. Nicely done.
Understood.
Well done, mate.
Understood.
Also ping hostile areas for your team. Target says hostile.
Copy that.
Well done, mate.
Yeah, reset all my loadouts in this mode. Yeah, that's crazy, dude. I don't like that it's left alt.
Body armor here.
Targets for your team.
Body armor here. Disregard
Done.
last. Moving.
Spot on.
Body
Let's
armor
move
here.
on.
Danke.
There's another way you can help your team. You could drop items in your inventory for your team. This is called teamwork. Be careful with teamwork. You might win. Well done, mate. Sprint to extraction. Next job's waiting.
Oh, that's kind of cool. Okay. Oh, I got a reward too. Yay. Operator skin cannot be equipped. Alright, we'll go ahead and take that for sure. Want to jump into battle? Battle Royale practice. Play Battle Royale. Play Plunder. Don't even know what that is. Quit to main menu. We'll do main menu. Okay. I don't know. Alright, okay, so now if I do Warzone, it just takes me straight to the lobby now. I get it. Alright, so let's go ahead and do that now then. Alright guys, I might just I don't know, I might put my cartoon character up and just keep the mic off. I'm not sure yet. I'll keep you guys updated. Alright, so let me see. Yeah, let me actually just go ahead and do that for now.
while you can. We're deploying soon. Playtime's over, mate. You're going to the war zone.
Alright, we're jumping in now, guys.
Battle Royale. Set a drop point for your team, soldier. Gas is approaching your position. Move to the safe zone.
Cops on board. Let's begin.
Primary objective is to kill them all. This is the Gulag. Survive and you can redeploy. We've got a proper fight here. You're up next, mate. Get ready. You win this fight and you return to the front line.
Alright, let's try to win this one, I guess.
Time to earn your freedom, soldier.
Whatever.
You're heading back to base. Your team can still buy you back if they have the cash. practice. Time for the real thing.
The game crashed? Wow. It's not good that you crashed, bro.
Mark a drop point for your team. You'll lead them in. Gas is closing on your position. Just get moving. How about that? Clear to engage all targets.
Alright, we need to find a weapon here, guys. Better than what the hell we had.
Enemy personal radar in the air.
Wow, he jumped off and he got me, okay.
This is the Gulag. Survive and you can redeploy. Fight starting. You're up next, mate. Get ready. Win here and you return to the front line. You lose, you fight.
Alright, let's try to win this one, guys. We got this.
Time to earn your freedom, soldier.
Wait.
There we go. Alright guys, grab some stuff here. Gotta get some things going on here for us. Thank you, thank you. Oh, finally we're doing something good, right? Alright, let's double check these buildings here, see what we got inside. Thank goodness.
We're inside. Scan for movement.
Alright, let's keep looking around, guys, see what else we can find. Yeah, we gotta get you back in here, bro. Alright, 45 people. Alright, we gotta be cautious here. Wait, is my teammate under attack? Let's see what else we got here, guys. Looks like we got something going on here. Oh, he's got a crate. I'm gonna let him grab that one. I'm gonna go ahead and go up top. What is the place? Oh, I was about to say, I thought this was the area people had the fights at, but never mind. Definitely not. Alright, okay, so Jay, what happened, bro? You just had like a random crash or what? What's going on there, bro? What happened? That's not good, man. The game running smooth for you guys? I'm not sure if it's... We're in the ring, guys, so that's good. Hold on. Yeah, we can do Discord. That's fine. I'll probably be muting myself a lot though, Jay. So I don't know. I'll see. I don't know what's wrong with my mic today. It's picking up way too much background. I have to readjust everything on it. Like OBS is fine, but Discord picks up way too much. What's this? Why not? We'll go with this one. Yeah, give me a second. I'm gonna go ahead and meet you in the VIP. Oh, is my teammate under attack? What the hell's going on here? Oh my god, what's with my DPI, man? Come on.
Loadout drop inbound.
Oh. Man, he threw it away. Oh.
Gas is inbound. Marking new safe zone.
Actually, these are my, these are my loadouts from multiplayer. Oh, it worked actually. Wow. And I got my RPG. All right, let's do it. All right, guys, we have to be nice and easy on this one, though. Yeah, I don't know what's going on, guys. All I know is we're still in the ring, so that's good. What the hell's wrong with my... Why is my RAM so high? I think I need to restart my computer, guys. I should have restarted my PC before I went live.
Okay, we're inside. Scan for movement. Going in. Disregard last. Moving here. Cancel my last.
Whoa! Almost got myself killed, guys.
Claymore set.
Enemy UAV overhead. Gas is closing. Get to the new safe zone.
Alright, let's see what else we have around here, guys. Freaking war zone out there. Oh!
Rocket away! Claymore set.
Got no bullets? Really? Oh, I'm in big trouble now, guys. No bullets, man.
Right, soldier. Mark a drop point for your team. Victory rests on your shoulders. Finish the mission.
Hmm.
Hey, stand the attack is inbound.
Yeah, no, it's not very good. It's a waste, bro. I saw the sniper.
We lost that one.
Wow.
The next time.
Damn it, man. I wish I had more of a long range. Oh well, I'm getting... Alright, let's get on with the next round then. How the heck do I back out of this? Yeah, leave every time? That's annoying. They want you to sit there. Alright, let me go ahead and get Jay back in here, guys. Alright. Alright, let's see. Wow, I can't unmute my Discord. Wow, my hotkey doesn't work for Discord. I have to literally exit out of the game and then tap it.
Oh wow, that sucks.
That's annoying, bro. Like, cause... Oh shit, I guess my background's not the only thing.
Yeah, it's bad.
Especially with this virus outbreak going on, everybody's pretty close together nowadays.
Yeah, pretty much, yeah.
Alright. Well, let's see here. Yeah, bro, I'm still getting used to this Warzone thing, and I'm still trying to understand it. Like, I get it now. I still got to do a little bit more with the shop. I like the respawn system. I think the respawn system's kind of cool. Get a little 1v1 in. That is actually pretty cool, I will admit. But honestly though, like, I think this is better than Black Ops 4's Battle Royale. The Black Ops 4 version was really
Yeah, it was.
I'm sorry to say, but even though this game ticks everybody off, they actually pulled it off pretty well. All right.
The only thing I can say good about this game is this battle royale is actually pretty decent.
Yeah, that's crazy, bro. That is crazy. All right. Okay, before we get queued up and everything, it looked like my loadout actually worked.
Yeah, it works once you get it set up.
Where's my...
I have my loadout. I have a sniper rifle all the time.
Yeah.
One thing you probably want to put on your guns is the like infrared scopes.
Well, let's remember, I never really did Warzone, so most of my classes were kind of designed for cyber attack or whatnot. But now that we have extra classes, this is my chance to make Warzone classes. So I can keep my regular multiplayer.
The thermal sniper scope is like the best because you can see where the person's at, and you can just sit there and be on the roof and just sniping people.
All right, I'm gonna do custom loadout 8. We're gonna do give me 1 second, bro. Hold on.
Okay.
All right, so let's take a look and see what we got here. So, I'm gonna go ahead and make a class. I'm gonna go ahead and make a assault rifle. Which one do I use? I think it's the M4A1, right? Progression is going to be the same as multiplayer. Is that? Yeah, it looks like it is.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna do the M4A1 because I have a good amount of attachments on it, so let me just stick with that. Gunsmith, okay, same thing. I don't think aim down sight's gonna really be that huge of a factor in this mode because you're not really encountering enemies as much.
Yeah.
This is more probably about stability and accuracy. So let's go ahead. Okay, first let's start with the scope optic. Damn, I ain't got all of them yet. What is this? Advance. Which one was the infrared? Oh, it'll say it, right?
Thermal.
NVG.
You
You said thermal.
Anything that has, yeah, anything that has thermal. They're the best.
Of course, I don't have it.
Do you have it in your sniper?
The only thing I have is the NVG in hand. It's probably ones I don't have unlocked yet. Okay, for sniper, you're right. I could probably make this one a sniping class first. Ooh, snipers? Ugh. AX-50 is the only one I have leveled up pretty high. I'm gonna go with that one.
That's the best one.
Okay, optic. Yes, I do got a thermal. Okay, not compatible with night vision. Well, obviously. All right, let's get the thermal on that bad boy.
Yeah, I used the thermal the other night on this guy. I sniped him 3 times, all headshots. And I couldn't kill him because he was behind this pillar, so I couldn't hit him anymore. I'd knock him down, but I couldn't.
Oh wow, that's crazy.
It was frustrating, but it was funny though. I just kept pinpointing his head every time, like bam, headshot.
Yeah.
On him one time, then his teammates were right next to him, so he got revived.
I want to go silencer, but then I don't because I don't want to give my position away. It seems like ammo was very scarce. Let's see here. This one gives me more range. I'm obviously gonna go with that. Yeah, I'm gonna lose aim down sight, but I don't care at this moment.
Yeah, I got both of my guns silenced.
I'm gonna go. You see.
Because the less people you attract, the less fights you have to get into. This game tends teams like want to kill that one team, and then they have to fight the other team.
Alright, let me see what else I want to put on here. Lightweight suppressor. It'll give me less range, but gives you more accuracy. Oh, this one's actually pretty good. Monolithic, whatever the hell it's called. I want the tactical, man, but I can't get it, so I'm just gonna go with this one. 2, 4.
Yeah, I used a monolithic suppressor.
Alright, let me see.
I just hope my game don't crash again.
Alright, so I made sure I got some good control and some good range at my sniper, so this should help me out a lot. And I did some slight extra damage on it too, so that way I make up for the suppressor. So let's see. That should be good. Man, every time I customize, bro, there's so much stuff I have. It's annoying. Like, I hate that green box. That green box, I have this like OCD where it's gotta stop flashing.
Yeah, I know mine too. Is I had like 3 things. I was like, I don't even use these weapons, but they're ticking. And like, okay, I guess I have to go through all these things because I actually use those weapons in the battle royale mode. So I unlock something.
Right? Hey, driving me crazy with that. Alright, secondary. RPG's a waste of time. Handguns might come in useful.
You need a machine gun and something like 2 machine gun mostly, or a machine gun and maybe a shotgun.
Yeah, because this ain't gonna work. I need to go with that one perk.
Yeah, the RPG.
Why is it giving me like a tutorial? What the heck is going on here?
I don't. Because with one shell, it's not good. You could find other bullets for it, but it's really hard to find them.
Okay. Alright, so I made one of the classes here so far.
So,
Alright, let's see what else we have. Alright, so I did the primary weapon, I did the AX-50, and I got the M1 as a machine gun. So that way now at least I have like close to mid-range with that, and I'll have long range with the sniper. Honestly, I'll just do the one loadout for now. I don't want to waste too much. Did you get all yours already figured out, or?
yeah, I got like one main load.
Yeah, I made one main one for now, so it's all good. 'Cause most of the time people are kind of far away anyway, so I'm just gonna have to learn to use that thermal. I know it was a little difficult in multiplayer, but I can imagine it being beneficial in this mode. Yeah, let's do it. Oh wait, actually first. Ah man, you know it's funny, bro. Everybody was on earlier, right? Everybody wanted me to get on. As soon as I get on, no one's on.
Yeah, that's what happens.
That's crazy.
Yeah, I think most of the game is you have to have a sniper and then some like machine gun, some kind of submachine gun or something. That's basically all you're gonna be doing is sniping, or have to use a machine gun.
Yeah, that is crazy. Wow.
You don't
All
see
right.
too many people using shotguns.
Yeah, well, we're getting used to it though. We'll be fine. I don't hear the game. Oh,
There's only like 2 shotguns in the game.
So this is more just like a duo. Like, is that what this is? Like, how many people can play Battle Royale?
It goes up to 150, but it's 3 per.
150. Holy crap! I didn't even know that.
And they also have solos too, so 150 people in a solo, that'd be crazy.
Wow, you know they did that on purpose. They intentionally put 150 just to do more what every other Battle Royale does.
Yeah, they just want to overdo it. Like, oh yeah, let's make it more people, so it takes longer.
It does. It is kind of time, and I like this like beginning.
Yeah, it's cool how they do the beginning thing where pretty much every game did that though, didn't they? Where you can sit there and just kill each other. You get XP for it though.
I got your back, Jim. I got the one that killed you, bro.
That was
Got that one. This AK sucks, dude.
Ooh.
Enough practice. Time for the real thing.
That's funny. Bro, what's with the CPU spikes in this game, dude? Like, it runs so great on Xbox, but then on PC, it's like they intentionally poorly optimized it.
Yeah, they did.
That's crazy.
And they don't even seem like they want to fix it either. They just keep adding more stuff to it. Like, let's add more stuff to the game's
All right, soldier.
400 or 500 gigabytes by the time you...
Avoid the gas. Get to the safe zone.
Yeah, that's true, bro. That is. Oh, where did you want to jump to? Right there. All right, let's go. All right, let's do this. Showtime. And I like the jumping too, bro. The whole like they really. It's interesting. It is very interesting.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. Like, cut your parachute and... go fast.
Your primary objective is
All right, is this all us on here? Watch the ammo here. All right, we gotta check around, see what else we can find here.
Sometimes
Yeah, so the roof is not good loot or what?
Contact!
You die.
Contact!
Yep. Enemy contact. Oh shoot. I'm gonna head downstairs. Pretty big areas though, but and at least you know what though? At least there's actually buildings with multiple floor levels. You know, you get tired of battle royales where it's just like 1 or 2 story buildings and it's like very limited. Like there's not really much going on. So it's kind of cool. I mean, I know they're just kind of like combining the.
Yeah. Played.
Where was he? Came at you, bro, but you're gone. You're fully dead. Shoot.
Your teammate was sent to the gulag. They'll fight for a chance to redeploy.
Can't find anything.
Gotta survive it, bro. Go ahead and win that 1v1.
Your teammate's done in. They're returning to base.
Did you win?
His teammate hit.
I'll check around here.
Losing ground.
I can't hear you, bro. You're like cutting out.
I was lucky though. He had a machine gun. Like shotgun.
Assault rifle here.
He just kicked me for the whole game.
I kicked you from the whole game?
Yep, it said the server disconnected from Blizzard and it kicked me.
Oh my god, don't tell me he's gonna do that again, bro. Today has been running fine. Yeah, I think it's on your end. Yesterday I had that problem too. I couldn't even play yesterday. I was so mad.
Move up.
Yeah, they had the Blizzard server was completely down.
Yeah, supposedly they were DDoS or something.
Yeah, I think they got hacked or something. Maybe they probably, their internet got the coronavirus.
Right. Yeah, that's crazy, bro. Yeah, I mean, this mode is not bad because, like, there's a lot to the world. I mean, I know there's, like, some things taken out because it is a battle royale. But it still looks pretty nice.
what you hear.
Some stuff that need to be.
Hey, we're here. Now let's go.
RPG, I'm good. Hmm. Oh, I can't mute Discord. That's annoying. Oh god. Yeah, I like it. It's pretty cool. It's different. You know, Neil, what's going on, bro? Did I get disconnected? Oh my god. I'm done. You know, I think nowadays it's safe to say any AAA title, just get the console. Don't even waste your time with the PC version. Always an issue. So your Blizzard launch is acting up too, correct? Nah, it actually shows them on. It actually shows them online. I think it's just a war zone. I don't even hear you on Discord no more, Jay. Yeah, it's pretty bad, Neo. I don't know what's going on. Yesterday, I know this was a big problem. I seen people playing with no problem. I did update it on Xbox, so if it comes down to it, guys, I'll just play it on Xbox if I have to. You know?
Like higher, but
You said what? No, now I hear you. Yeah, the Blizzard seems to be working fine. I still see like my friends list looking good. I still see my online status, my avatar. I wasn't able to see this yesterday when this problem occurred. Yeah, bro, I can't hear you. You're cutting out bad.
yeah, that game, the server's down again. Looks like
On Blizzard or Call of Duty?
Blizzard. I
Huh.
keep saying the Blizzard thing because I just tried getting back in there and it said Blizzard is down.
Oh my god, Blizzard is down. Come on, man. Really? Blizzard, like the company that charges games like Overwatch and monthly subscriptions for like World of Warcraft, and you're telling me your servers are down? Come on, man.
Nobody's at work.
Nobody's at work. They're all home. They're working at home. Wow.
Yeah, this is.
Of course this would happen.
Well, gotta find a different game to play. It looks like.
Just wow. You know, I had everything all set up for this. Like, it's a lot of work.
Oh yeah.
You know, Xbox Live had issues not too long ago. Yeah, I'm gonna look this up real quick. Give me a second. Let me see. Let me make sure this is the same issue. Blizzard server status, blah blah blah. Let's take a look. 317 was today. 18, that was yesterday. Well, here's the Twitter that they had, I guess. Let's see what they said. The same post as yesterday, so this might just be a new reoccurrence that they have no idea about. Wait, running a virus scan, a spyware scan can help keep your system secure. Blah blah blah. No, it ain't us. It's you, bro. Fix your stuff. We're currently monitoring a DDoS attack against network providers, which is affecting latency connections to our games.
But how many people just got kicked out the game because their servers went down?
Oh yeah, no, they're mad. It's funny.
I have 5 people playing Call of Duty right now on my followers, and they probably all got kicked.
Oh, let's.
Because everyone plays it on PC too, so.
Typically, this error is caused by the Blizzard services being in maintenance. However, in some cases, it can be caused by connection issues. Before trying any of the following steps, blah 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 blah. Yeah. Well,
some people are playing it. What the heck?
yeah, it's I don't understand.
Why did they kick us?
It put me back on, but I'm scared it's gonna kick us out again. Let's give it a second. The last post they had was 5 hours ago, so obviously this is either just something temporary. No,
I tried to get back in there and it was still down. there's other people playing it, so I'm not sure.
Yeah, it shows me it now, but I'm scared. Well, let's see how long it stays on. If it cuts off one more time, I'm done. Because I know yesterday I wasted a long time in hopes to think that it was coming back. Just didn't come.
And then after you gave up onto it, like 20 minutes later, it came back online.
Yeah, that's ridiculous. Honestly, bro, I just been going to bed early. Like, I don't know. This whole like pandemic thing is just depressing. I don't know. I always complained that I wanted to stay home, play video games more, and now that I am home, I don't want to be home. All right, shows that I'm connected. Like I said, bro, worst comes to worst. I really don't feel like playing it on Xbox. I practiced on the controller a lot better, I guess, but if not, we could do different servers. We just can't do no Blizzard games.
Yeah, it just gave me the same error when I just tried to get on again.
Yeah. Well, I got in, but I'm pretty sure if you're still getting it, it's probably gonna boot me out eventually. So, you know what? Let me do this. Let me actually look at their server status. Hold on. It'll give us like the outage and everything. Let's take a look here. Problems at battleblizzard.net. Last 24 hours. This one was... What time is it? Oh, it's only 10 o'clock for me, but I don't know what their time is. Oh, this was talking about... Yeah, bro. Oof. Their time zone's a bit different than ours, so I gotta think, see.
It says problems at blizzard.net on March 18th, so they're still having issues.
Mm-hmm. They're having login issues and server connection issues.
So, yep, it's...
Yeah, it just got disconnected. Yeah, they're done. Alright, if you're getting DDoS by like regular people and you guys are like AAA companies making all this money and you don't have the proper technicians for this, then that means you're just either being cheap or you just don't care. So
They just don't care.
Screw these guys. Call of Duty made a big mistake signing an agreement anyway with the Blizzard. I mean, honestly, they should have just went to damn Steam. I don't understand why they went to Blizzard. Like, either Blizzard paid Call of Duty or whatever, I don't know, but this whole exclusive thing with launchers is retarded. I hate it.
Oh, me too.
You should be able to choose a launcher. I don't like dedicated launchers. Like Red Dead Redemption, you gotta have Rockstar launcher. No, screw that then. I'm not gonna do it. I'll wait for Steam. It's dumb, man.
It's coming out for Steam now too.
Oh, it is? Yeah, I just don't want to pay $60. I'm gonna wait.
Yeah.
Because honestly, I ain't gonna play the story. I mean, the multiplayer anyway. Honestly, I'm not gonna get into it. I know I won't. I know 5M has Red Dead Redemption 2, but it's not there yet. It's still so early that there's nothing really good about it quite yet. All right, so Blizzard's having mad issues. I'm just gonna go ahead and quit this.
The multiplayer looks kind of cool. I've been watching people play it. It'd be fun.
Yeah, it looks okay. I just think like cowboy games just don't really have that long-term playability. I don't know. I mean, I did enjoy one. I thought it was great, but after a while, it just kind of. But then again, I played it for 360. I think that's what it was. Yeah,
it was
so
like 360. Yep.
it wasn't really the best thing really at that time.
And it looks so much better right now. I've been watching people play it, and it looks amazing compared to the first one.
I know, man. It does look
The
awesome.
gameplay, the story mode, the whole thing just looks.
Well,
so
I heard the
much better.
PC version had mad issues. Like that's another thing I'm scared about. So I don't know. I'm waiting for patches and bug fixes, and then if not, I'll just get it for Xbox One. If it comes on Game Pass, or which I probably sure won't because it's Rockstar. Or if it comes like half off, I'll just get it on Xbox. Screw it, whatever. I'm just gonna play the story anyway. So
yeah. Yeah, I think they fixed a lot of the issues that was on PC, but of course that's not going to stay forever because they do have issues all the time with PC games. So. Oh wow, you could have 50 people viewing your live on Discord now. Okay.
Yeah, it's actually kind of cool. They're doing that because of the coronavirus.
I found a website last night. Somebody was talking about that you could pay people to play games with you because nobody's able to actually go do anything. So they made this website just for that.
Yeah, no, I believe it. I believe it for sure. Hmm.
Did you get that Tales of Escape game?
Was it like a beta or something?
It's just a regular game. It's like an escape game where you work with a teammate. It could be multiplayer or single player.
What was it? Steam?
Steam, yeah. It's a small game too. It'll probably take like 5 minutes to download. And it's free.
Because I give up on Call of Duty, man. At least until this outbreak is over. Because obviously they don't know how to keep their servers up. So honestly, I hate Blizzard. I don't even play no Blizzard game except for the Call of Duty because it's on their stupid launcher and it's annoying. I wish I never had to download it for that.
Oh yeah.
I don't play any other their games. I mean, Overwatch did look cool, but I didn't get it because I didn't want Blizzard launcher.
Yeah.
And Blizzard Call of Duty was another way to get more people into their community. And you bring Call of Duty players, yeah, you're gonna get DDoS because that's just what Call of Duty players do when they get mad. They DDoS people.
Yep.
I remember Xbox 360, bro. Oh my god, people be like just straight up yell DDoS, DDoS, DDoS. I'm gonna hack you. You know, I hacks. Like, really? Why would you advertise that? Like, wouldn't you want to be anonymous about it? Like, why would you tell people what you're doing? You don't say it, you just do it.
Yeah, dude, just stay hidden.
Yeah, people are stupid. And then I love when they do it without VPN too. They just do it with their like static IP, and it's like, okay, stupid, you're dumb.
Real smart.
Yeah,
This
just
is like come arrest me.
it's like holding your social security card number up in the air, like, hey, it was me. I'm the one who did it. It's like, okay, well, thank you, sir, coming with us. All right, yeah, you definitely want that encryption. You want to hide your IP, but hey, it is what it is. What was it called? Tales of the what?
Tales of Escape.
I don't see it. Tales of Escape?
Yep, Tales of Escape.
Oh, I see it.
It's kind of like those escape room games where you have to work with somebody to try to get out of this room you're locked in.
It's free to play. You can't go wrong with it. Looks like they got a lot of like DLC rooms or whatever, but they do want to charge, so nah, I'm good.
Yeah.
It better not be one of those like one map and that's it. Like, it's probably what they're gonna do. But if it's free, you can't complain either. So
Yeah. There's some other ones that were like $3 or $4 that was kind of the same way, but they had more maps too.
yeah, that sucks, bro. You know, it's funny because it was working all day today, and then when I get on, is when the problem occurs, and it's at this time of night all the time.
Mm-hmm. Where everybody's playing at this time of night.
It's ridiculous.
Because people that do still work get off probably around this time of night, so they get on the games.
Honestly, at this rate, I might as well just stay on Xbox with Call of. Just gonna have to suck it up and get back to keep the controller because I played every Call of Duty on a console anyway. This was the only one I finally bought for PC, and then this happens.
Yeah, I kind of wish I would have just got it for PC, but of course I didn't buy it, so yeah.
Yeah.
Wasn't my choice.
All right. Well, it's downloading. I'm gonna let it do that, and Yeah, there's something I need to look at with that. I think what's happening is because of the cooldown being for everybody, I think is individually calculating.
Probably is, yeah.
Rather, before I think it calculated better because it took everybody's slot like entries into consideration. But I think now it's individually doing it, so I think that's why it's taken so much longer.
And I think when you get like the one icon, I think that's probably the time that's supposed to be like the winning one, but it just glitches
Well,
and it screws up.
it did that before,
But not as often as it does now.
but
It's
people
like-
still won when it did that, and I don't know. Okay, game's done. Give me a second. Let's get this up and running. Oh, it's made with Unity. Yay.
I think everything's made with Unity anymore.
Holy shit, it just throws you right into a game. It doesn't even give you a chance to figure out what's going on with life. Alright, hold on.
So it looks like there's 4 rooms.
Wow. Oh no, I'm dry coughing. It's not good.
Oh no.
I'm gonna have the hazmat suit man jump into my door right now.
Yeah.
Honestly, bro, I haven't been touching nobody. I've been telling people walking up to me like, yo, 6 feet, back up.
Our area, I don't think we even care.
Yeah. Well, there's more being confirmed, bro. So but the numbers are going up because people are getting tested. That's why.
Yeah.
So we'll see.
As far as I know, there hasn't been any in our area yet, but there's places that are close, but not here yet. So it looks like there's more places and there's more to come. Oh, okay.
What is it doing?
I was just checking out the game. There's 4 rooms, looks like.
Wait, what? 4 rooms?
Yeah, 4 rooms.
Oh, room selection. I see it. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, okay, cool. Oh, I see. They got the little pictures of the Wow, they really used like real life pictures for the for the outside world.
Looks pretty nice, huh?
But it's off the Unity engine, so it's not bad. Alright, let's take a look here. Hold on, give me a second. Okay, stop yawning. What the heck's wrong with me already? It looks like it's an interesting game, so we're gonna check it out. Let me go ahead and get the
It does have a tutorial too, nice.
yeah. Oops. And it is multiplayer, correct?
Yeah, it's multiplayer. Not sure how to do it, but it's multiplayer.
Yeah, well, I see here it shows me I can create, so I think that's how we do it.
Yeah, I see it now because there's 3 games being played right now.
You know what, let me do it this way. Wait a second. Hold on. It has crossplay multiplayer?
It does? Wow.
Wait, what? This game's on console?
Cool.
Wait, what? Oh, let me see here. Tales of Escape. Crossplay. I'm gonna look this up real quick. Oh, maybe it's just crossplay with non-VR players.
Yeah, probably.
That's probably what they meant. Okay.
Yeah, it's a VR/PC game.
Alright, okay. Sorry, bro. Give me a second.
It's alright.
Man, we're gonna have to make a cartoon character of you, bro, so that way when I do videos like with you, we're gonna put you in the other corner of the picture.
Yeah, we do.
We gotta make somebody to, we need to find an artist to make it. Or if they're not too expensive, maybe we can try to get one.
Yeah.
Alright, give me 1 second.
That'd be cool. Just don't know how much it's gonna cost. Those things can be expensive, can't they?
They are. They are. Just depends on how detailed you want it.
Unless you do like little, just like a face picture or something like that.
Yeah, true.
Too bad you could like animate it. That'd be kind of cool.
Right.
I've seen people that had animated avatars and they're so cool, but man, I bet that'd be expensive to get somebody to do that for you.
Right. Okay, let's figure this out here real quick. Or Blizzard. I don't know, maybe later at work, I don't know. But for now, we're gonna go ahead and get this going in and see what's going on. Okay, 1 second here. Let's see. Well, the consoles officially launched their specs, both Xbox and PlayStation. I don't know.
Yeah, the Xbox sounds pretty beastie.
Yeah, no, it sounds really good. I think PlayStation still got it though, in terms of GPU. And the only reason why I'm saying that is based on teraflops. And I'm going to be honest with you. Teraflops is just a number. But the higher the number does mean better. But Xbox do have some extra features that Sony is not doing. So all in all, unless you're a Sony fanboy, you'll be sticking with Sony. But I think Xbox might be doing it this round.
Yeah, I think so. I did see the video about the Xbox. I didn't see the PlayStation one yet, but the Xbox sounds like a monster. It's better like these.
Dude, I hate to say it, but it's pretty good.
Yeah.
I was like, wow, like that's crazy.
You can sell our PCs and just play Xbox, huh? With that thing.
Well, and yeah, and they're even running the newest RAM. Like, what? Like, and they're running the latest GPU, or no, the latest GPU or CPU Zen 2 that's not even out yet. It's like, wow, now the consoles are ahead of the PC market, bro. That's crazy.
Yeah, it is. And plus, you could do the RTX and all that stuff too, basically on that.
Yeah, we're over here crying about not having it, or when we do turn it on, we start lagging. Console's gonna be doing it and be able to play 8K. We barely have 4K monitors because it's so expensive. So console gaming is the way to go. And they're gonna have a mouse and keyboard support. So if you're reasoning for playing PCs because I love mouse and keyboard, well, plug it in. Now you can use it.
Yep.
You ain't gotta worry about Windows drivers and updates making your game system crash and, you know.
And it looks like a actual PC too, because it's like a tower-like thing. So
Yeah.
sell my PC and buy one of them.
That is crazy, bro. But you know what, though? Console gaming has evolved. I mean, look at what it was originally, and PC gaming was a thing for the longest time, but honestly, most people just don't even know about half of the games that were on PC. Some people don't even know what Half-Life is. You know what I'm saying? I think PC had a really good run in its early days, but now I think it's just so hard to keep in terms of like developers now. It's hard for them to make a game based on multiple hardwares. Rather, PlayStation and Xbox is just one hardware, and you can make it compatible and make it beautiful for everybody. You know, but if you're a developer, now you gotta optimize for GTX 970s, 980s, 990s, 1080s, 2080s, and they're all different. So like, it's a lot of work.
Plus, you gotta optimize it for the different CPUs that people have, because not everybody has a good CPU.
Yeah.
For the Xbox, you can just optimize it for the Xbox, and you're good. And plus, you could actually, I think on the Xbox now, you could even get Xbox all the way back to what the original Xbox games.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I think it's gonna be a monster.
Okay, give me 1 second, and we're about to start this up.
Okay.
Alright guys, today we're going to go ahead and play a game called Tales of Escape. This was a game by aka Zero Seeker. Shout out to J3TJ with this, guys. We're going to go ahead and get started. B&J's right now is on Discord with us, and they're going to play a co-op game with us here on Steam. So let's go ahead and check it out, of Tales of the Escape. Alright, Jim, let's see what we got here, bro.
The reflections are nice too. Wow, they're actually like real reflections to use.
Yeah.
Most reflections don't work.
Right. Let's see, tutorial, create, we could choose different languages. What is all this about? Alright, let me go ahead and create a game. It looks like we have levels, hints, time, leave, public, invite, start, invite. Let me invite. Ooh, straight to the... Is that you? Somebody just joined me, what the... What the... Oh, that's you. Oh, okay. I was Jim, is that you, bro? I don't know if these are robots? Okay. How do I... Okay, so here we got the mine. Oh, wow, look at this. Got a nice little description here. In 1964, the Black Rock Mine in Yukon was closed due to a landslide. People in good were lost forever inside it. The legend says that the miners trapped inside to protect the gold ever since as a living dead. Many have tried to retrieve the gold, but none have succeeded. After many attempts, you manage to find an old corridor that descends into the depths of the mine. but a landslide traps you inside.
Gotta just mute it for the commercial.
You only hope to get the old elevator working and find a way to get out quickly because the oxygen is running low. You said what?
Oh, the commercial on this TV is loud.
Oh, yeah, yeah. Okay, bro, this is it. We're doing the mind. You ready? Oh, God!
Yep. Oh, what the?
Hmm.
I'm in a black hole. What the heck?
Oh, you're in a black hole. Yeah, that's not good, bro. First of all, do we have a settings? What the hell was that?
Push
Yep.
escape.
Give hint, reset items, controls, game. Quality's on fantastic. So that's the most.
Wow.
Sensitivity, no.
Graphics are pretty good.
Oh, good. I can change my my FPS. Okay, good. I'm gonna put on limited because I know this game doesn't. I'm gonna turn blur off. Oh hell yeah, bro! It's running at full. Way better. Oh yeah, I like it. Oh yeah.
Dang, this is actually pretty nice for a free game. Wow.
Yeah, the environment's nice. Again, it's off the Unity engine. All right, so it looks like we're in the mine. We got this pump here. This is gonna be another game where we're gonna have to really work together and look for things here.
Oh, the one thing I do is
There's nothing in these lockers here, Jim. What the hell are we doing? But why are you holding a pipe?
Doc found it.
You're not gonna lay down the pipe? Or you're just gonna...
Just
Right.
gonna swing it around.
I hear something move. Ooh, what the? I hear something moving. Take a closer look at the item by pressing the F key. Mouse, Q, and E, the right joystick. Holy shoot, that was loud.
Get that loot. How do I drop it?
Just left click or right click. I'm sorry.
Okay, there you go.
Yeah, I don't understand what's going on here.
Put this right here.
Well, it's dark in there, bro. I don't want to go in there. No. Nope.
Yeah, I started going in there. I was like, oh, no. How do I place that there? The heck?
Oh, you gotta be kidding me, bro. I see a bunch of pipes here on the wall. Basket of... Wait, what is going on? Who decorated this room like this? I really don't get... Jim? I'm gonna go check that out. I'll stay right here and see if I can figure this puzzle out here real quick.
I can't go any farther. It only lets me go so far that it blocks me.
Yeah.
What the heck?
Hmm. I don't get it. This one has. This one actually has a lock on it. All right. The lockers have absolutely nothing. It says not this way. Hey, what the heck? Yep. That was weird.
That was weird. Yeah, it was.
What the happened? Look, I went this way, right? I tried to go through here and all of a sudden... Oh, what the?
It teleports you right back. Like, nope, you're not escaping that way.
Wow.
Okay, fuel pump. Okay, there's a fuel pump there. We need to find something for that.
Yeah, it does teleport you. Okay. Okay. Ooh, did you get it?
I got it turned on, yeah.
This yellow cord doesn't go anywhere. How'd you get it turned on?
I turned the power on here and I pushed the button. Okay.
Oh, that would make sense. So that's on.
You gotta do with that.
Oh, it activated this.
Oh, what the? What the hell?
Huh.
What pictures? Almost got that. Almost.
Okay. Alrighty then.
Is it missing stuff, maybe?
Ooh, Mrs. Puffs.
Is it missing pipes, maybe? Nope. Where are these pipes from?
It's close. I mean, I kind of got it figured out, but can we rearrange these?
Should be able to. What's that basket like above your head?
The who? I don't know. I can't see.
Like right above you. Right here.
Yeah, this. Yeah, I think this is like something we're gonna be. All right, there's obviously something else we need. What do we do with these?
Oh, it does. Nope, it doesn't.
Got some cards.
That must be like a clue, but what do they say? 7 and 9 and 2 and 5.
I bet you once we blow up those rocks, I think that, or whatever it is that we gotta do. What's? Oh, look, bro, there's lights on.
Hey, what the? Oh, nice. Oh, that seems better. Oh, it got dark again.
It got dark again?
Yep. You go down so far and it gets dark.
Alright, so there's gotta be something we gotta do with these pipes, obviously.
Definitely all this stuff. Let's see. What are those buildings?
Well, I think there's actually...
Okay, so let's see if there's any other numbers around here.
Yeah, it does get dark and you can't see. Okay. Got the generator on.
There's a thing here that needs a code.
Where is it?
This locker right here
Needs a code.
needs a code, yeah.
It
I'm
does,
thinking
yeah.
the code is part of those cards, but
It might be the cards. What do we have?
7925. But I tried 7925, it doesn't work, so we gotta just keep switching them around, I guess, until we figure it out.
Try 9257. That was the same order I took them out of the bag. Or if we were to play spades, certain cards are graded than the other. We might have to. 9257 did not work. Hmm.
2579.
Oh wait, there's two spades. Oh, no, spades and clubs. Try 7. 259.
Nope.
The elevator looks like it's on. Okay, so what's with the pallets?
I don't know, they highlight when you go over top of these things, but I don't know what they do there. They do it.
Oh, there's dynamite here. Gotta blow this. Oh! I found the detonator. But it looks like we're missing something. Oh yeah, you know what? Do the hold it right there. Hold it. Yeah, the only way I could think about was like that. Hold on. Goes around. Let me try that. There it goes. What, is that the code?
Another code thingy?
Oh,
wow.
God.
Great.
What's with these pictures on the wall?
That might be the code for this one. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 1, 4, 3.
Yeah, cards are going to be in numeric order. We got 2, 5, 7, 9. So we just got to mix those up. Oh, wait a minute. How many pillars are in these pictures?
Oh, wait, did I get it?
Did you? Yeah. There's a handle.
Oh, nice. That was easy.
Okay, the handle goes where? Oh, maybe it goes here? Yep, I think it does. You're telling me we could have just like jump on the sandbags and just grab that?
I know.
Got a toolbox. Oh, I see numbers on it. Hold on. 2785. Try that.
Yes, this one. Oops, take it. 7.
2785. No? Oh wait, 4945. Wait, there's numbers all over this thing, bro. Hold on, give me a second. Yeah, try 4945.
4945.
Wait, why do I see 1, 2, 3, 4 on the side here? Try 3017.
3017. Nope.
Okay, try 9526.
Numbers are on there. Holy cow.
That's all the numbers I have on. Oh wait, there's.
What the heck? This guy loves it.
4945.
You have to pull a handle when you.
Oh, let's try this. Let's do this.
Maybe the first number off each one.
Could be. So if that's the case, we're gonna do 4. Yeah, this might be the way to do it, bro. Let's try 2, 4, 9, 3.
Nope.
Okay, look at the left side of the locker there. It looks like we have the number 2 that's highlighted red. Do you see that too as well on your screen?
Where at?
On the left side of the locker, you don't see it?
Oh, no.
Really?
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, I see it now, yeah.
It looks like the 2 is highlighted, so maybe 2 is correct.
Okay, so let's.
You know what? Try Try 4, 3, 2, 1. You know what? Let's stick with the.
Dang it.
You know what? Just do all 4s. Maybe I'll let you know which slot is for.
Nope. That don't change. What the heck?
Interesting. Okay.
Dang it. Why is that highlighter red though? So it must be the 2 must be.
Yeah. So on this red toolbox, we have an arrow on the right side of the top part of this toolkit, and it looks like it's pointing downward. And we have 4 sides with numbers. It's got to be another hint.
Okay, so maybe the 2 is in the second slot. Hold on this thing. I get it. Nine, 5, 2, 6.
Did you already try 6, 1, 4, 3?
Yeah.
That was on the other one, right?
Yep.
Okay, because I was looking at the pillars on these pictures. So these pictures obviously gave us a hint for this. We can't hit the generator anymore, so this thing is done then.
So I'm thinking the number 2 for it's highlighted for a reason. So it must be the
Yeah.
second number is the 2. 4293.
Wait, it's got to be the cards? No, we tried that already. Wait a second. Let me bring the cards over here because these are all the numbers we have on the toolbox.
Okay. So yeah, the 2's got to be. I'd say the 2's in the second slot.
The 2's in the second slot. You are right.
So it's something 2.
So let's see here. We go here.
1, 2, 3,
All right. 2, 5, 7. All right. We know 2 is number 2. Maybe that just tells you which one you had correct. All right. Try 9257. Okay, and then try 5297. Nothing's changing. And then try 7295. All right, try 5279. Interesting. What's with this toolbox? Toolbox definitely gives us hints here, so let's take a better look at this.
Okay, so let's see. Let's try different numbers, different areas, see if it changes. Nope. Improving.
Try 7295. Wow.
I missed the green peas are fun. It's good though. What is highlighted over here?
Huh.
Oh, there's something over here. What the heck's over here? There is something over here to click on too, but I'm not sure what it is. It's one of the lights.
Yeah, I did see that. You talking about in the hallway?
Yeah.
Yeah, I did see that. Maybe we need something. We tried the pipes.
This is our escape route. Yeah. Oh no, I can't go through there now. Wow.
Yeah, that's interesting.
What's this? Oh, the dynamite. Okay.
Hmm. Nothing. We can't do anything with these ropes. Okay.
I'm stuck on everything. It's still here for some reason. I don't know why. It's anything up there.
Yeah, we got these crates, the pipes, and chairs, but for what? Why is that light switch still highlighted?
Yeah, I'm not sure. There's gotta be something we gotta do over there. I can't see this thing. There we go. That's better.
Oh, maybe I was because I stuck.
Oh, there's handprints on this.
Interesting.
Handprints got 5 fingers on one side and 3 on the other. Cool.
Yeah, what?
It's got 5 fingers on one side and 3 on the other.
Alright, we have another chair.
Maybe that's her.
Alright, so the one I have has 5.
Mine has 5 and 3.
5 and 3. Alright, well.
There you go. There you go.
Okay, so what the heck else do we have here? Anything hidden?
I was thinking maybe they might have something on the lockers, but I'm not seeing anything.
There's another chair. Same thing though. All the chairs look the same, to be honest.
Must not be nothing there.
Yeah, they all have 5 fingers and then like the 3. But maybe we have 3 chairs, 4 cards.
Yeah, I think they're all him. So there's 1, 2 pipes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 pallets.
Eight pellets, 3 chairs, 4 cards.
And 2 pipes. Oh, 3 pipes. Okay, 3 pipes. What is that noise?
What is it?
Did you hear that scream?
Yeah, there's a scream outside of me. I keep hearing it. It sounds like it's where the dynamite is. I feel like somebody's mad. Yeah, I don't know, bro. Gotta be something with the toolbox. 2785 4945 9526.
Okay, there's 4 pipes, okay. That might be. Okay, so there's 4 pipes, 4 cards, 3 tables, chairs, whatever those are. 9 pallets. Okay, so there's 3 people on this side of the elevator.
Nothing?
Nope, don't start up anymore.
I still hear it. It's still on for me.
It's still on, you just... I think this part is...
Alright, there's something we need to do here with the dynamite. We need some kind of piece.
Yeah, I think we need the... that little arm thingy that blows it up. And I think that piece is probably in here. Okay, so what's the one that had the 9 numbers under it? On the height?
Well, the 1, 2, 3, 4 is obviously telling us something. I mean, first guess was we thought maybe the second slot was 2. But the fact that it's in order 1, 2, 3, 4, I think it's just telling us that whatever we did for the second number was correct.
I'm trying to figure out which one it was now.
right, okay, so the first one was 2785. Let's try the numbers backwards. Let's do 5872. So we're gonna do 5494. And we got 6259. Seven 103.
What the heck?
Oh, that was me. Oh, I thought I opened a toolbox, and here it is. I opened the freaking locker, man. I was like, oh gosh.
That scared me. I was like, what the heck's going on here? Just randomly opened it. I didn't do that. Okay, what the is that? This room is so dark. Holy cow. Did it say how much time did we have to actually solve this?
Oh, dude, yeah, you're right. There was a time. I forgot. Okay. All right. We gotta figure out this puzzle, bro. Isn't this how we lost before into a game like this? What was it? Something madness?
Yeah.
It's gotta be something with this dark hallway, bro. Are we missing something in here? Like...
Oh, wow.
There's a dead end in there. I can't see.
Yeah, there's gotta be something to do with that thing. Why does it highlight every time I look at it?
It's like the next piece of the puzzle, you know?
Yeah, I think it is. I think we got to get that thing open somehow.
Gotta be a way.
Yes, down. Did you ever try this 9526?
9526?
Yeah, did you ever try that one yet?
9526. Nah, I haven't tried that one.
Because it's on the bottom of the toolbox, and it has an arrow going down, so I'm thinking it's saying go down there, but it didn't work.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, all the numbers all around the box we tried. Forward, backwards, none of them worked.
Dang, this is... We actually got a tough puzzle. Wow, they got some tough puzzles in this game. I like it.
Well, there's got to be an item somewhere we're not seeing. Let me make sure we understand all the buttons here. So we have rotate camera, pick up, use, drop, cancel, click for timer. F is to inspect, H is to show hide. Wait, what is that?
Use unlocker.
That might have been a hint. I think the hint is what helped us there. Yeah, we can press H and it shows us, like, sometimes the game gives us hints. think we ran out. Hmm.
How do you get the timer up there? Is it middle mouse button? It doesn't work. Click for timer, scroll in and zoom and check the timer.
Yeah, it's gotta be something we gotta do here. Alright, let me check this room with this detonator. Alright, we got a detonator here, yellow wired. Goes into this room.
Okay. What happens if we click give hint?
Nothing? Oh wait, I got something. There is a locker that has a lock on it. The number 2 on it is red. Take the second number from all the 4-digit numbers on the toolbox. Okay. There is a locker that has a lock on it. The number 2 is on it is red. Take the second number from all... Oh, the second number on all 4 sides. Ready, Jane? Which one do you want to do? You want the code? You want the box?
I can do the code.
Okay. Go ahead.
Okay, so second number, let's do 0. 9. 7. 5.
No?
So we gotta switch it all around then. Huh?
Alright, go ahead and try 7. Is this the one you did?
The second number.
9, 5, 0. Oh, there we go. Wait, what happened? Oh!
Light
Ooh.
bulb. Oh.
Okay.
Get the light bulbs down to the hallway.
Wish we had a sprint button. That's what the light was for.
Okay, we got light now.
Well, up to the light bulb in my hand. It disappeared. Oh, holy shoot. You activated the bats. I guess we're in a bat cave. You think we'll find Batman?
Maybe.
Alright, I'm gonna go ahead and try to put the next light bulb in.
That was a little bit scary, man. That bat just flew out of nowhere.
Oh, dude, we actually have a door here. Go ahead, Jay. Go ahead, put the light in. There's a sink in here too.
What the heck? What the heck was that? Monitor. Click on the wall over there under the left side. That mirror thingy. Click on that.
Well, where'd the sink go?
Click on the mirror. You gotta click on the mirror, it's funny. That's what scared me. But it's creepy. Oh, here's the cards one. I found the thing for the cards.
Oh god, yeah.
Diamond, club, spade, heart. So these light bulbs we gotta probably put somewhere else.
Oh yeah, here we go. We got diamonds and heart. So it's gonna tell us what the first and second last one is. Hold on, let me go back to the cards. Diamond and heart. Diamond, club, spade, heart, right?
Yep.
Diamond, club, spade, heart.
Okay, so 9.
Oh, hold on. You get it. Hold on, I'm going back.
Okay, 9.
Oh, 1 second, my character's really slow.
Oh, that's right.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so the diamond is 9.
Wait, diamond is 9, okay.
Club is 2.
Alright.
And then the 7, 5.
And the last one should be a heart.
Yep. The 5 is a heart. See what happened.
Oh wait, what was the last one?
It was 9275.
7-5.
May have to.
Okay, so 9275. So 9 is the first one, 5 is the last one. 9275. So 9725.
Look again.
It's weird.
So it's diamond, club, spade, heart.
Yeah.
So it'll be 9275. It's funny too how we got them laid out on the ground is the exact same order that we needed. That guy is getting creepy. There you
Oh,
go.
there you go. Up, down, down, up, down. What is this, like a Twisted Metal cheat code?
Okay, so up,
What did I grab here?
down, up, down. Ooh,
Oh.
there we go. Those are light switches.
Oh, what do you know?
Oh, look at that creepy thing.
That is creepy.
What the heck? I found a shoe. You want a shoe? There's a boot.
There's numbers on this picture too. I don't know if we're gonna need it or not. Oh my god, another password. What is this on my hand? I see a miner hat on it. Wait, does it go part of the picture? Oh, wait a second.
Lockers are empty. So dark in here.
So here we got like the floor plan or whatever.
Ooh, creepy photo. That is a very creepy picture. What the heck?
What's with the pictures?
I don't know, but they're very creepy looking. Oh, there's something here. What's this? There is. I don't know what this thing is. Okay, here, I'll drop this for you, see if you can figure it out.
That goes there. That goes there. We need one more.
What the heck? I can't look at this thing. Oh, there you go. Chapter 3. Okay.
Okay, we need one more piece of that thingy. We got 2 codes here to unsolve. Oh, found it.
Path in the Dark. There's a chapter 2. And Under the Star. These books gotta be some kind of, maybe a hint. These boxes are nasty. Ew.
I don't understand what this is for, but So we saw this picture.
What? Just like super to me.
Yeah, see this picture here. So why did we finish that for?
It's like some kind of dial. Oh, there's numbers on there.
Yeah, it's interesting.
5214.
5214.
Not sure which safe it's for, but not for that one.
No, Jim's not live, guys. He's not live right now. Are you live, Jim? On a shoe? Maybe if we give it the boot?
Maybe it's 5244.
244. How are you getting these numbers?
There's some numbers on the
pictures?
pictures, yeah. On
Ah.
little knob thingies. Not sure that the numbers are right, but it's so hard to read because they're kind of fuzzy.
Try how about 1920? Now 1920, try 2207.
Guy is starting to creep me out.
1918. I know, me too. 1910. Right.
Okay.
What's going on there, Solid? Right now we're playing a game called Tales of Escape. So we're trying to like solve puzzles right now for us to escape out of this right now.
Pick up the picture? No.
Yeah, the picture should be able to be picked up. It should. Earlier we were having some complications. We were actually trying to play Warzone, and honestly, I was enjoying it, but again, server issues. We're not able to play it right now, unfortunately. By the way, Solid, I don't know if you looked, but I added different rows
Maybe try
for subscribers now on Discord. So now, like, depending on the tier you are, now you'll be above the other one. So like right now, you're above the other Twitch subscribers right now, which is really good. Just showing that you're conducting more contributions here for the stream, guys. So I figured I added a little something different for you guys, so that way everybody can stand out differently on Discord. You said what?
I think it's 5218.
5218?
Yep.
Not this one. Let me try this one. 5218.
And maybe a 4. 5248.
This one looks like it's gonna need another piece. What's on the side here? Hold on. 5218, you said?
Yeah. Or 5248. Try that too. I'm thinking that's a 5. I can't tell. That first number is all messed up.
Oh, I see. It's on the helmets.
Yeah, they're really hard to read though.
They are, yeah. It does look like a 5218 though. Yep, the first one's a 5. Here, how about we put the picture somewhere where we can see better? Maybe not so dark. Hold on.
So
That's too low.
oh, that one worked. Okay, it worked on this one.
Oh, it did? 5218?
Yep, we got a screwdriver.
Oh, yep. We got a box here too to open up real quick.
So what's the screwdriver for?
To your right. Yep, that one down there. See if you can get that open real quick.
There you go. Oh,
Solid Snake said hi, Jim. Jim said hi.
so there's another boot. So we got 2 boots now. What the heck are the boots for? Oh, there's numbers on the boots. Okay. What's it? I can't see nothing over here in this dark corner.
Yeah, it's pretty dark. So you opened up the thing with the screwdriver. What did you get in here?
A boot and like block. And the boots, if you look at the heel, they have a number onto them.
Yeah, 09. I think it's 09. Hold on. Yep, 09. What about this boot? 112. 09 112. That was it?
Yep, there's the handle.
Yay. Oh, put a detonator. Let's go blow it up.
There's a lighter. What the heck's a lighter for?
We might need it to ignite it. Let's
Could
go.
be.
Let's bring it. Let's go, Jay. I think we did it, bro. I think we actually beat the mines. Wow. We did it.
Yeah, that was rough.
Gotta use our brains, man. It's good to play games that you gotta use your brain sometimes.
Yeah, I'm liking this game, actually. It's pretty cool. So
I got the detonator in there. I think we gotta do something with the lighter. Oh. Or that.
Are we free now?
Well, the sad thing is, Jay, I would be cautious because isn't this where we heard the scream?
Oh, yeah, they're, yep, don't go there.
Oh, I heard that. Oh, I heard that. Jim, what did you do, bro? You got a pipe? Oh, what the hell are we gonna do with a pipe? I'm gonna throw it at him?
Yep. What the heck is this dude? He's like stuck in the wall. Nope, you could go in there. I'm gonna stay right back here. I'm safe right here.
Oh, he looks like he's behind a plank and wood. Where'd you go? Yeah, I think we're good, bro. Look, he's behind the wood, see? Yeah, he looks very mad and angry right now. Why is he so loud? Oh, that's a obvious looking door. I don't know. Got a torch up here that's not lit up. Jay, what the hell is that?
Rookie room here.
It's not moving. Oh, this is messed up.
It is. What the heck's a hammer like hanging over its head for? Okay, there's another safe here. Wow.
Yeah, what is with the hammer above it? Like, you know what's a bad thing about being a skeleton? It's the
What?
fact that they're on a diet. You know, everything that equals right through them.
True. Okay, we got a bunch of junk over here, but nothing helpful.
Oh gosh.
This room is so dark I can't see anything.
Yeah, it is pretty dark. I ain't gonna lie. Hold on, we have a pin thing over here. Oh my god, we don't have anything with passwords. Oh wait. Oh, you gotta be kidding me.
Okay, there's a locker that has a lock on it. The
Kill
number
them
two-
all.
Oh,
Treasure
That's it.
is. You said you got a locker with a number on it?
that's the one we had earlier. The hint is still the same hint. So that's a real helpful hint. It's already one we already used.
But look at his Roman numerals though. Oh. I see a bunch of fives. and 4s. That's it. Just 5s and 4s are all kind of repeated.
Ooh, what the heck? There's some creepy sayings on the wall here too. Wow.
Yeah. This cave has become my nightmare. We're dying in here. Mine. Kill them all. The treasure is shiny. Treasure is mine. We're going with a bunch of equipment again. Alright, check the walls. There might be some more clues. Definitely something with the skeleton here. What we can do with this guy.
So we got some. Oh. I think I dropped my lighter somehow. I don't know how I dropped the lighter, but I did.
I think you used it on the detonator. Alright, I'm gonna check the other room real quick. Definitely we're missing something. But we have something with a code. We're not really getting much information in terms of like what it is either.
Okay, so the 4, 5, 5, 4, 4, 4, 5, 5, 4, 4, 4, 5, 5, 4, 4, 4. What the?
Maybe it's... I don't know, maybe it's... I don't want to use a hint yet, because I mean, we've gotten pretty far. We only used one. Oh, there's a skull out here with like a pickaxe on it. This one has a hammer.
And there's a thing over here too, a little box with the rope tied to it.
Yeah, you're right.
I thought about the lighter to light it on fire and make it break, but I don't have the lighter no more. I don't know how to do it.
Oops, sorry.
Trying to get these out of the way too.
Okay. Alright.
Just like landed on me.
I'm gonna go ahead and bring a pipe, see if this is anything we can do with this. Nothing to do with the pipe. Probably what's in this box is what we're going to need. Okay, this cave is yeah, 5s and 4s. You said you saw some 3s on the Roman numerals here? Or on the tally marks?
It's just all 5s and 4s.
All 5s and 4s.
So 5, 4, 5, 5, 4, 4, 4, 5, 5, 4, 5, 5, 4, 4, 4.
Try 4, 5, 5, 4.
Oops. This is gonna be the darkest room in this whole game.
Yeah, it's pretty dark in here.
Maybe something in the hallway? Let's see. Let me go over here. Oh, I got the lighter. Try some. Lighter. There's a cool lighter there.
What is that noise? Why did the skeleton turn white? What'd you do, Jay?
No, I think the time just ran out too, because I've seen the timer just pop up.
Sounds like something's coming.
Can I play this? Can I try it?
Yeah.
Can I try?
Hold on.
Nothing's coming so far.
We're trying to figure out this puzzle here. A lot of things around the map that you can do. Very
How do you
puzzles.
throw?
You don't really throw it. Just right click to drop it, yeah.
It's so dark.
Dad, I found a lighter. Yeah. Found a lighter. I found a lighter on the floor.
Where is it?
It's right in my hand.
How did you find a lighter?
It was right here.
Because I brought it there.
Oh, okay, yeah. So Jay brought it.
Or...
Oh, did you try to light the rope?
Oh shoot.
Yeah, it won't let me.
What rope? How do you use stuff? It makes me drop it. Daddy, that's not a rope. That's a sledgehammer. Did you even try grabbing a sledgehammer? Hold on, did you even try grabbing this?
What? Yeah, we tried.
Okay.
Good luck. No problem.
What the heck? This is...
Daddy, I can't do this. You guys already started this.
What the heck is this? Oh, what the...
J13, where'd you go?
I'm in the hallway. Over here.
Jay? Jay! There you are.
Yeah, we've been here before.
I don't like this thing back here.
Check
I'm
that.
gonna hit this thing with.
Here, screaming at you, right?
He is.
Yeah, I got it.
I'm gonna hit this thing hard. I have a pipe in my hand right now. Hey, look, I have a pipe in my hand. Come on. You wanna go? I got ninja type moves.
Yeah, maybe there is something we need to do with that guy. What do you think, Jim?
Trade him a lighter.
Okay, there might be something we need to do with the creature.
There ain't no creature. There ain't no human either. Jay, let's see if we have something to do in the other room. We going
There's nothing else you can do with that again? No, that just blew out the rocks so that we can get through. We did the fuel pump thingy, we did that.
doing all this.
This room
normally?
is all done, but there is the elevator to the left.
What?
Right there. I think that's the way out of here.
Yep. Oh yeah. If we release that guy, I'm leaving him here. Good luck. Yeah. Find another way to get up, and I have no idea where Jay went. He keeps leaving me.
He's trying to figure out the puzzle. Yeah. What about this like box across from the guy yelling?
Yeah, this thing here.
A cord goes and
Yeah,
oh
it's
my
gotta
god!
be something. It doesn't let you grab it or do anything though.
That scared me. I turned around and I saw a red thing.
Well, doesn't Jay look like the robot from iRobot, but just...
Yeah. That scared me. I
What
turned.
color is my character? Yours is red on my screen.
Red too.
Probably.
They're both red.
Oh,
What is he? Red? You're red?
Yep. They're both red. Hallway.
What are we supposed to do with the skeleton?
Oh.
Are we?
The skeleton room is the
Hold
newest
on,
room we found.
Daddy.
So I'm trying to figure it out.
Daddy, I have an idea.
What?
What if you're supposed to find its arms? What if you're supposed to find its arms and the skeleton comes alive, grabs it down, and you're able to smash whatever?
Good theory. Maybe we are supposed to put the skeleton together. Look at this. Wow. Oh, let's find some arms.
Probably got.
Arm?
Do you know how many bones are in the human body?
The arms are
Imagine if it
fine,
makes you
but
find every single bone inside the arm.
Very true.
I bet you the arms are in that little
The creature?
thing. This thing here.
Maybe.
Oh yeah, yeah.
maybe-
Look. There's a coffin up there. Maybe that's for
What? Where?
the whole.
Where is it?
Oh, right
Right here.
there.
Yeah,
Wait,
that right
we
there.
can
There's
grab.
a string there. We need to break the string somehow.
Daddy, I have an idea.
Obviously,
Dumb things are always in the way.
I know you want to burn the rope. We thought about it. Wait a minute. What if we take the lighter to something and so like ignite the flame again? Try the torch. No, there's...
Daddy, I have an idea. What if we're supposed to find something, chop the guy's arms off, and then use the lighter to burn its skin, and then put the arms on the skeleton, and it'll grab the sledgehammer.
It's a really nice skeleton. Makes you think the skeleton might want to grab the sledgehammer for us.
No, seriously, what if we're supposed to do that?
Oh no.
What if we're supposed to chop the guy? What? Why else would his arms be out like that?
True.
Jay, we have to try finding something to get the
So he's saying we gotta take the creature's arms. That's like good pipe, right?
Have you tried a lighter?
That doorway.
Okay, so obviously the only thing I can think of is that we have this code. This is the code we need to figure out.
Who just clicked 8?
Probably me.
Okay, that don't work. I have no ideas now.
Let me try once again.
Hey, 1111 is easy password.
5455. Nope. Mine, I killed them all. The treasure is something. I can't read it, it's blurry. The treasure is mine. The treasure is shiny, the treasure is mine.
Yeah, it's obviously giving us a hint. So the shiny is mine, the treasure is mine. Ah, wait a minute. That treasure is hanging up there. I don't know if it's shiny though, but the fact that there's a skeleton picture on it too. Okay, the box is for the skeleton. We have a sledgehammer hanging upside down. Obviously, we don't know for what purpose. Maybe it's gonna try to chase us and annihilate us with it, but hey. We have writings in the wall here from when the skeleton was human, and this is what it was saying to us. We have another typewriter here thingy, and we have to figure out the input commands for this, and all we have is spies and fours as Roman numerals.
The torches in the hallway, are they lit up on your end? Because they don't look like they're actually lit. Like they're on fire.
And no, they're not on fire. Ah, so maybe this is kind of like the light bulbs thingy?
Like how are they lighting up the hallway when they're not on fire? Makes no sense.
Yeah, it could just be the game. It's one of those weird occurrences, maybe.
Could be, maybe. I know I said earlier, like, can we light these things? And we can't light them with a lighter, that's right.
Bro, I'm looking through the wall here, and all there is arms. There's no body to this character.
Wow.
That is crazy.
What's what is that? I can't see it. It's like a little. This hallway is so dark. Wonder if we're actually dead because we ran out of time.
Oh, you think? Is that what it said?
Yeah, the timer came up earlier. It said 000.
Oh, yeah, it does say negative. Well, let's do give hint. No, it's still going, bro. Look closely at the marked wall. Some marks are different and show you a code next the marked wall. It's got to be the tally marks.
The code is different.
Wait a second, bro. Hold on. The last one is 3. 1 3 is at the end, and 6. 613. 1613. Try that. 1613.
Oops.
Wow. Not that I write tally marks every day of my life, and you know, but anyway. Oh. Wow, bro, my son was right. Wow, I'm done. Like, what is it with kids nowadays? No more than the grown-ups, bro. I swear they do. It's like they're naturals at this.
What?
His arms were hanging in that coffin, and we're putting his arms on, and he just grabbed the.
Daddy.
What the heck is this, Jay? Is he giving us the ham? Was he? And he was nice to give us the hammer.
Daddy, I told you it has something to do with his arms because he had all of his limbs except for his arms. How was I correct? And you couldn't guess that?
Wow.
What do you use this on now?
Give me the hammer. Get out of my freaking
That's
way!
a scary skeleton. Maybe we have to use it on the guy, the creature with the arms.
Oh no, that's Jay's job.
Oh no, I'm stuck on the wall.
Hammer. If he chases after you, I'm out.
Nope.
No. It's got to be the door or the machine gun.
Can't use on that. What the heck is this hammer for?
Wait a second. The spawn room we started. Was there anything else highlighted that we couldn't do yet?
Wait, what about the sign?
It just says not this way.
I don't care.
Maybe over
Oh, come
here.
on.
Oh,
What happened?
maybe. Nope. No, nothing.
No, nothing with the elevator.
The elevator.
Let's try the room with the high five though. That was a good theory. Your philosophy and your hypothesis was actually correct. I don't know how you figured that out, but
Nothing here.
oh, smash the picture. No.
Better smash that thing.
You're scaring him now. He's looking like, what the heck is that?
You look so mad. Look. You look so mad, right? When you get close to him. How long has he been in the mines for? Look, he's a coal miner, right?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, he's been in the mines for. He got some anger in him. Did he use a sledgehammer to come in here?
Well, I'm trying to think, Jay. How did we get the first door open? You see how like this door has the same pattern as the other ones?
Daddy, what's this?
That's a floor plan. Go ahead and press F. Grab it again and press F. And then look at it. This kind of gives us the layout of... Oh.
Daddy?
I like how
I
that
just
sound
thought of
next to you.
something. I don't want to say it out loud because my
Right, matches like what a hammer would sound like.
there's a light bulb.
That's pretty good. I don't know for what the.
He scared you. It's the other way around. He scared you this time.
The lights just went out. Like, oh, what
Oh, shoot!
Like,
Get your back.
Right.
Okay.
Did I just scare Jim?
I'm trying to think with the hammer. What else is there? It's got to be the room with the skeleton. I mean, we got the skeleton's arms back.
Do you have to smash the skeleton?
Maybe we smashed the skeleton. Maybe we opened the door next to the skeleton. Or...
Why is it let me... It...
Oh, nothing.
I don't want the hand now.
Anything to click on?
No, nothing at all, huh? Maybe you gotta give the skeleton something. He got his arms out like, give me.
Damn, that's creepy. How tall was
Like, give me a big hug. Like, Teletubby Slender Man hug. Look at him. He looks like Slender Man.
Want a big hug?
He can his fingers.
He wants a
1,
hug.
2, 3, 4, 5.
Oh, okay.
What the heck is wrong with your fingers?
Oh, they're pretty sharp.
Yeah, they
No,
are.
get away from me now. I don't want your hugs.
Claw your face up.
He gonna give you some hugs. He'll be like,
Mm-hmm.
That
Kill you.
hammer's useless.
I don't think what else it can be.
try barrels.
Oh.
Try the barrels.
Barrels don't work.
Daddy?
Really, the only other thing was that box, and now you got the item. You gave the skeleton his arms, and gave us a hammer for a reason. Hammer usually means smash something, you know?
I need the creature barrel.
What was that noise?
Jay, if we need a hammer, there you go. I'm just gonna
Hugging the skeleton.
Yeah.
walk myself real quick.
Ow, just got stabbed in the back.
Good luck, Jay.
That don't work. What the? Where did it go? Oh, there it is.
Definitely something we're missing.
I don't like this. I'm staring at
Right.
Check back in the room with the guy in the wall. There's got to be something. Can't smash the wood, the board, nothing.
Daddy,
Right.
have you had a theory that might be the guy in the picture?
It might be.
The coal mine dude?
He sounds mad and angry. Try to smash the yellow box.
He already
Nothing?
tried that.
15,
I thought there was a
15.
password.
Smash this wall here. Nothing over there. Pipe up there. That's about it.
Maybe something with the treasure, because it said something about the treasure was mine. The heck is the treasure? Yeah, I love this game. I know you're getting good FPS in this game.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, this game is like my FPS ain't dropped one. Well, no, I lied. It just dropped one. As soon as I said something. But that's it.
Shut your mouth!
Huh?
Be quiet! Oh, nothing will happen!
Why?
You just said my game didn't drop any OPS, and
No,
then it did
I'm
that
talking-
exact second.
Yeah, I'm talking about the frame rate.
Come on, grab me.
That's another thing, bro. Consoles are gonna hit 120 frames per second now. So how crazy is that?
Yeah, that's crazy. I couldn't even get that in some games.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. PC gaming is so expensive to get 4K, to get high frame rate, to get 8K. You're spending thousands and thousands and thousands. Hold on, give me 1 second. Yeah, let's figure this one out, Jay. Alright, where'd the sledgehammer go? This skeleton's got some like dinosaur hands or something. There's obviously no treasure. Maybe there's like a broken wall somewhere. Look for like weak points or anything inside of a wall. That might be our only way here.
We're negative 22 minutes.
Oh, pretty bad.
We died like 5 times already. What happened to the camera? Did you
Well, obviously this door looks like it opens and this is where we need to go. There's yellow wiring here.
I get like 200 FPS with caps lock.
You said what?
I had it locked at 60.
Uh-huh.
And I used it now, I get like 200 FPS.
Oh, is your monitor even 200? That don't make no sense.
It just like stops at 200, 201.
Yeah, I don't know, bro.
What's the sledgehammer good for in a place where there's all kinds of stuff to break?
Looks like we need a gear or something to put on his elevator. Huh.
What the?
Ah, Jay, you silly. Give me a little jump there. A little jump. Yo, what the heck? Alright, bro. We got a sledgehammer. We don't know what to do with it. I don't want to keep hinting it. Like, I want to figure it out. Like, it's kind of annoying. I don't like answers. Mm-hmm.
It's gotta go through one of those doors. But which one? And we have to be different. This game has a little bit of a kind of a like slight hint of like a horror film.
there's a bunch of things going on.
Did you switch here with that? Nope.
Yo, we're missing a light bulb on this one. Do we still got the light bulb?
Yeah.
Where'd it go?
Well, I just saw it. There it is right there.
Yeah, try to put it in there. Nothing?
No good. I'll go for somewhere else.
Honestly, bro, at this point, I don't know.
No place.
Maybe it's somewhere we can't see because it's so dark.
Yeah, there's like that corner right here that's just super dark. You can't see nothing.
There's gotta be something with the skeleton, bro. We're missing something. Yeah, there's definitely something that we're missing right now, but what? All right. Yo, anytime. What's going on? How are you? Oh my god, yeah. People with loud music early, like real early in the morning. That sucks. Yeah, that's very annoying. They shouldn't be doing that. I mean, you can call it in for the like there's only certain hours of the day and night like where they could do that.
We need to like light all this wood on fire. Give it some light.
Yeah. Well, here, there's a light bulb in here. We have that lighter still, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it seems like there's a lot of items that are just kind of useless. They're just kind of just sitting there.
It says supplies on this crate.
I don't know. I don't know what else, man. I really don't.
I don't know either.
Wait, try to light the torches. Try to light the torches. I didn't think about that.
What the heck? Yep, nothing.
Wow. What's with this random pipe? I'm gonna follow this pipe real quick.
Okay, it just like ends. Is that the heat pipe maybe?
Oh, well, I hope you know what will be a nice little lovely bedtime story. Hopefully you'll be able to sleep it off. Because honestly, I'll be just like you. I'm trying to get some rest too pretty soon.
What's this lighter for anyway? We get the lighter out of a box and we haven't even used it for anything yet.
Right. Yeah, we did. I thought we used it for the TNT, or was it just a handle?
It was just a handle.
Okay, so you got the lighter and nothing you can do with it. That don't make any sense. Let's go back into these rooms. And you realize, like, right here, we got this, this, like, gear icon?
You gotta find that little, like, cogwheel thingy.
We have a lighter and a sledgehammer, and we don't know what to do with it. Alright, this picture is obviously pure for looks. You know what? Let me just hammer down. Gotta turn this around. I'm looking at the map here. So here was the floor plan. We had section C, section B, and section A. Section A was the lift. Wait, what? This don't really explain much of anything. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna go ahead and try to give this map maybe to the skeleton guy. I don't know.
Might work. Move so slow.
But the skeleton doesn't highlight or anything, so it's almost like there's nothing we can really do with it in the first place.
Yeah, besides the hammer that he gave us.
Okay. Yeah, bro. We might have to hint it out, man.
Might have to, yeah. I have no clue what to do because I've tried everything I could possibly think of. I've used that sledgehammer. I clicked on almost every item in this whole area and nothing.
That's very true.
We got 2 extra light bulbs for what?
Right, that's what I'm saying. You know what? I'm gonna take this light bulb. I'm gonna check it out because they're probably just extra in case we screwed up or something. I don't know, but
Okay. Wow, the hammer just like goes through the wall. Cool.
yeah, right. Yeah, I'm trying to all these empty lights for the bulbs here. Nothing, man. Aerospace supplies. Oh.
Only thing that highlights is these things over here, but there's no use for those.
Yeah.
What the? Oh, there's something here. Oh.
Just the
That's our code thingy, wow.
yeah.
Why is that still highlighted? What the heck? I thought I found something, but nope.
It's got to be something with these torches. Where did you put the lighter? Oh, I see it. Wait a second. So the lighter says on skull.
Yeah, that's the game creator's name.
Oh, makes sense. I'm over here trying to put it on the skull.
I wonder if the skeleton is like pointing towards this area here for some reason.
You said his treasure. Did you have the sledge?
The sledge is on the ground.
Wait a minute. Why is there an X here?
Yeah, I seen that X earlier, but it doesn't. Oh, what the? Can't go through there? Wow. Yeah, no way.
Hmm. So weird, bro. That's so weird. Okay. Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know. I'm actually, I'm out of ideas.
Me too.
I really am. I really am. I'm so tempted to hit that hit, but I'm like, geez, like we're right there. Alright, there's gotta be something with this lighter. Second.
This stupid wood that this wood is annoying.
Gotta be something. But what? We're in a cave of the mines. We have a creepy picture. We have a creepy skeleton. We figured out several puzzles. We are stumped. We can't figure it out.
Yeah, we're like stumped on like one of the last puzzles probably.
There's one drawer we weren't able to get in. You know, we still have the screwdriver too.
Do we have to put maybe something in the skeleton's arms?
Maybe.
Yeah, that don't work. Nope. Nope.
Yeah, I don't know. I really don't know. I've tried it all. Whoop.
Yeah, there's gotta be something about this X, but I don't know what it is. Don't make sense.
Let me see something. You know, there was a like a like a silver brick somewhere that I found, but I don't know what the purpose of it was.
Cup. Another cup. Right. What the?
So you see like this right here?
There you caught me.
Honestly?
I'm voting for a hit because I don't.
Yeah. Okay.
I've tried everything.
I can't figure it out.
I can't either.
Alright, let's see. Break the barrel in the corner of the room with the hammer. Place the missing gear. Wow. Remember I told you we needed gear? Remember we talked about smashing the barrels?
Mm-hmm.
Daddy?
Wow.
No. You didn't talk about smashing barrels. I did.
Yeah, you did. But I did say the gear. I saw that part.
Daddy. Once again, I was correct.
But each barrel though, how many barrels are there? Like 15 barrels.
Probably the ones he's pointing at. I'm done.
Wow.
But
I
Yes.
kind of figured he was pointing at something, but I just didn't.
it was point.
Wow, bro.
He was telling us right.
And the thing
here.
is that we called it. He said where he's facing this way, like for something.
And I said he's pointing at something, but I was just.
Scared, bro. I don't think this is gonna be as easy as we think it is.
Probably not, because we're going to probably get attacked by that monster or something.
Why is this game creepy?
Oh, elevator, you ready?
Daddy, is this like a horror game or something?
There's a couple buttons to press here. No, just one.
Yeah. Good job, Daddy. You got your
Is it dark for you?
Yeah.
Good job. You just got yourself into
Items
another
that fall outside the bounds of the game will respawn back where you first found them.
Ooh, a pickaxe.
Why is this room so big? Dude, we're in trouble.
I feel small.
What do you think what happens in a big room?
Yeah, look, we look like ants.
I feel like an ant. Holy cow, this is small.
You grab your pickaxes, kids.
I'm ready. I'm gonna start Minecrafting.
Oh,
There's two thingies in here.
Couple of these bricks. We got different sized screwdrivers. Looks like we got a letter. List of prime numbers? Oh my gosh.
Oh no.
What happened?
The prime number thing.
Oh. And then the back is empty. So we got a list of prime numbers. Alright. What was that? Oh. I think we're almost out of the cave. Warning! Explosives, keep out. Don't forget to prime your explosives. Wow. Oh, with that being said,
Oh, prime your explosives. Oh, okay, prime numbers.
yeah, it's a bunch of, yeah, but it's a bunch of primes to choose from. I'm gonna put this on top of here so we don't forget it.
Okay, this doesn't work.
What about the door? The door's locked?
Yeah, there's explosives here too, but it doesn't work.
Why the heck do we have a street light here?
Oh, we don't have bombs yet. Okay, we don't have no explosion. Okay. Makes sense. How do we get on this?
So, it gave us a message talking about things outside the map, whatever and whatnot. So obviously we gotta do something. Okay.
Supplies?
right. Because I couldn't do it when you like started the puzzle already.
Okay.
Hands are wet. Yes, they are. No, they're cold.
They're cold.
Well, I'm glad you're washing your hands, but still. Yep, we got it's the prime numbers. That's all we can do. There's nothing else we can do. And oh, TJ, you got this, bro. Go ahead.
Perfect. What the?
Roasted, keep out. Wait, Daddy, look. I have an idea. Look at this. I hate this game.
No, we gotta do the prime numbers. What numbers are prime numbers? Look at the list.
Oh.
Look, the list is to your left. Yeah, but I don't think there's a 9 on the list.
No zero.
I give up.
Hold on, turn on. Hold on.
Daddy.
Don't worry,
Ooh,
Jay's an expert. He's got this.
see? Oh.
Okay. Here, since this is my name, I'm gonna do this one.
While he's doing that, I'm gonna look at the other stuff that I can do.
31, 13.
There's a skeleton again, Daddy. Look.
Oh, the skeleton's back. Yeah.
We gonna light it up. Oh, come on.
All right. Well, Jim's trying to do the puzzle here. Let me see it real quick, because we're gonna go ahead and figure out these
I
prime
know.
numbers
I'm
real quick.
I'm trying to figure out like
All right.
what else we're supposed to do.
There's just items on the table. There's a big room. The main thing is the puzzle is the prime numbers. I can't do it when you're walking away from it.
What?
18 of 11. Nope. Hmm. 1972.
What's the prime numbers?
Oh, this is gonna take all day.
J13.
Yep.
I have an idea. Look at this. Oh. Look. So we do 30, 1, 37. Oh.
There's got to be more than just
Anything we're
that.
supposed to be doing over here? Oh, big red button. Come on. Daddy, come here. Did you look at the ceiling? Come here.
Yeah. Oh, that part.
So this was mined out? Jeez, it must have mined for a long time. Right?
It's Minecraft.
I gotta hurry up. It's getting kind of late.
I'm trying to figure out this. What is...
Nothing.
Daddy, we have this thing that tells us the thing, right?
Yeah.
Maybe we should try them in different... Maybe we should try them from the top. Bottom.
Mm-hmm.
Wow, I just ain't seen that thing flying.
Come on, you did this before. You know what prime numbers are. Why are you putting those?
I'm doing bottom. I'm doing top
Okay,
to
well
bottom.
look at the last number. There's double dotted, right? Or triple dotted. What's after 31?
37.
37. Put it in. You had the answer right the first time. I don't know why you're doubting yourself. Go ahead. You just didn't press enter.
What?
If that's the way they want us to do it. I don't know if that's the way they want us to do it.
Well, how do you press enter? This one?
No. I think it's on the side.
Wow.
Yep. So
I'm
go ahead and
done.
put 31. Or wait.
37. That's how I had it before.
I hit the other one.
Okay, so 37 maybe, and then...
Yeah. Well, if it's not that, you might have to do the other ones. No, not 37, 31. Do 37, 41. No. So maybe they want us to pick 2 of the prime numbers on the list, and that might be the only thing.
So there's nothing on this list at all. Okay.
Oh, sure, 1013 was it.
Come on, because it's 12:30 at night.
Yeah, Dang, this... And we thought this was going to be just like one room. We are 51 minutes overtime. Wow.
Yeah, it's insane. All right, let me jump in, bro, because we got to get these puzzles going. All right, so let's take a look. All right, so we got a list of prime numbers here, right? All right, obviously we went, like, accordingly based on if we were to continue the list. We did the 37, 41, blah, blah, blah. That's not working out. So don't forget to prime your explosives, right? So we probably just got to choose them or whatever. So we're going to go ahead and just do 29, 31. Let's say we do... There's got to be another hint, though. Like, what's around here that's giving us another hint of that? Like...
Yeah, I haven't seen anything yet.
Yeah, we got a street light here, but it doesn't really do anything for us. Yeah, there is no other hints, man. Okay, so
Something over here. I can't see, it's so dark. Nope, can't go over that far.
you know what? Let me grab these screwdrivers because it looks like. Alright, so that's not gonna work either. Yeah, we tried the numbers that were missing, so we continued it on and still nothing, unfortunately. You know, so like after the 31 that they have on here, we tried a 37, tried 41. I mean, I don't know, unless they want us to mix it up, you know. The triple dots at the bottom, that's the thing I'm worrying about. There's nothing on the back of the... I don't know.
I'm just looking around, see if there's any more hints, but I'm not seeing anything.
I don't know. I'm starting to really think that we just gotta choose the ones that's on the list because...
Yeah, I went through quite a few of them and I didn't have any luck.
I'm just trying to figure out what they're trying to do with the 3 dots. So the list goes on and on and on. It doesn't seem to be the issue here. Trying to think what else it can be.
Let's see if I can actually use the pickaxe for something, maybe. Oh, okay.
Are you serious? Wow.
I just used the pickaxe on the door, and I got some numbers here.
That helps.
5. Maybe the big numbers. 2, 4, 7, 3.
Wait. Maybe one of them could be. Maybe those could be prime. The prime numbers that we would need. Okay. Well, then obviously. Oh, you know what? try this. That wasn't the thing. Okay.
'Kay, so what numbers on there? 2?
7503 on there kind of got my attention, but let's see, we had your request here saying try 145 742. All right, so obviously we got these numbers, so these numbers are definitely helping. They're indicating something. Oh, that looks like a 6. So
Okay, so which numbers are prime numbers? 3, 5, 7 are.
try 3705.
Three, 7, 0, 5. Nope.
Yes, down. Sit back down on your. Oh.
Okay, so we got 2, 3, 5, 7 are numbers that are prime numbers.
Yeah. Thing is, they're in different shapes.
And of course, we have 2, 3, and like 23, 29, 2, 3, 5, 7.
What if we need the prime number that's like all the way at the end, like in thousands?
Oh man, that was like.
Yeah. I mean, that would definitely be a puzzle.
I think that one's a 9.
I think it's a 9. I don't know, because the top just makes it really gives it like that 6 look to it, you know?
Could be, yeah. 2, 3, 5, 7 are prime numbers.
Yeah, let's just do this. Let's look at the paper real quick. Look at the numbers on the wall. See what we got. So pretty much they're going for what? 2, 3, 6, 7, 8. That's pretty much what we have. 3, 4, 5, 7, 8. Right?
Mhm.
Okay.
Two, 3 is 23, and there's also 2, 3. 742. What is that?
All right, we got this. Right.
I was thinking maybe based on the size, the bigger.
Yeah, let me bring the list over here. All right, let's take a look.
Because the biggest number is a 3. Then I'd say it'd be the 7 and a 4 and 2.
Yeah, so
2, 4, 7, 3, maybe. Okay, my theory is not working at all, so it's
not at
that.
all. Hmm.
So the bigger the number, it doesn't really matter. So
Do you think the bigger the number is not gonna really matter?
it so far hasn't mattered because I tried the biggest number, started with 3, and I went 7, 4, 2, and that wasn't it.
Try 3746. I think we did that though, did we?
I don't know if we did or not.
But yeah, you're right. Triple. It's definitely a hard puzzle, but that's cool though. It's definitely making us work for it, which is fine.
Yeah, and we thought this would be like a single room.
All right, so hold on. We just gave ourselves an extra hit, so obviously.
These boxes never have anything.
Make sure we're not missing anything else.
Hmm.
Oh, that's it.
There's a cage back there. Ooh. Hmm. Yeah, I know. Holy cow. Okay. So 3.
Whoa. Yeah. Triple's even saying it's got to be something with the numbers on here and the 56347.
3, 4, 7. Okay. Nope. Dang. This game will make your brain explode.
Yeah. I was actually just thinking that too. The missing numbers. I mean, the hit does say don't forget to prime your explosives, and then we get a prime number list. So I'm thinking though, like we don't have any zeros or any 5. No, yeah, we do. We don't have any 8 or 4. Try 6408.
Nope.
Try 4608. Or wait, try 0468. My bad.
Nope. Maybe it's the numbers adding to prime numbers.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was trying to give you there. Yeah, try 0468. Those are the 4 numbers that are not on this list.
Nope.
Try 4068.
Nope.
Ooh, this is a tough one. Tough one, tough one, tough one.
It is, yeah.
Hmm.
I think this is the hardest game I ever played. Maybe it's a 9? Maybe we'll try that as a 9.
Yeah. Try 2463. Hmm.
6, 3. Nope.
No?
I'm wondering, maybe that's a 9? We try it as a 9.
Hmm. Good, yeah, let's try it.
I can't tell if that's a 9 or a 6 because it looks both ways. Four. Okay, so 2, 3 is our numbers. 4, 9, 8, and 0. Dang, okay.
Notice I had a number skip every time. 2, 4, 6, and 3.
2, 4, 6. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4. Nope, don't work.
Mm-hmm. Huh. No. So weird.
Yeah, this puzzle, I don't know.
Yeah. Mm.
Okay, maybe it's the numbers that's not listed. Like the
Yeah.
ones.
Well, it's definitely got to be double digits. But I don't know. 1, 2, 3. Hmm. I don't know, man.
That won't work either because there's only 1 1.
Yeah.
Everything else has actually got a number that's on that wall there.
Mm-hmm. Let's see what we can do here. Let's try nah, this is just out of random. Just try 5973. This is just out of random. I don't know. No.
Nope.
I'm trying to think of like higher double digits that are mm, yeah, let me see. 2, 3 to be 7. It's 2.
1, 2, 2, 4.
1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2, 2, 4. No good.
Don't work. No good. And every single one of them is, then it's 2, 4, 2, 4.
But it changes once we go into the double digits. So now instead of the 1, 2, 2, 4, now it's 2.
4, and then 2, and then 4, then 6, and then 2.
All right, do 2, 4, 2, 6. Yeah, the game does give you hints.
No good.
Man, screw it.
Yeah, I don't.
The man is never to get trapped or locked away somewhere. And by the time we figure out the puzzles, we'll be long gone. I'm trying to think. So the numbers on the wall, and then the prime number left.
I'm even thinking, well, it could be something to do with these things up here, but there's nothing really helping there either.
Yeah, but it's not making anything for.
I don't know. Hint time?
You know what? Screw it. You only need the prime numbers to open the chest with the explosives. Seriously? Wow.
That helps us out a whole bunch. We already knew that. Two, 3, 5, 7. No go. What do they mean? Prime numbers. Which ones? Three, 7, 2, 5. Oh wow.
What was it?
3725.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
Oh, how the 2-5? Oh, it's.
I
Wow.
went by the size 3, 7, 2, and then the 5.
Mm-hmm.
3 was the biggest, 7 was the next, and then 2, and then the 5 was the smallest. Where did I put this at now? Here?
So it told us you only need prime numbers to open the chest with the explosives.
Okay, I got an explosive now. What do I do with them? Right there, really? Holy cow.
Sorry, Jay. Wait. I think we found the treasure.
Holy cow. Almost like it blew you away.
Oh man, that was actually a pretty big explosion. This might be. Oh, this is gonna make the skeleton mad. Look, this ain't good, bro. You ready for this?
Mm-hmm.
Yay!
Cool.
Mines. We beat it! Oh my gosh!
That was pretty good. Took us 141 minutes and 10 seconds. And what they say, we had like 10 minutes to solve it in?
Yeah. We had to use 4 hints, bro.
Yeah, that wasn't too bad though. I like that.
But you know what? Though most people do it with more people too.
Yeah.
It was very loud.
Not bad for a free game.
I wonder if they'll let us do the other maps, or are these part of the DLC?
Probably wouldn't let us do any of the maps.
Oh look, here's the trophies we're looking for.
The money that comes cool. Cold as ice. Oh, that sounds like it'd be a scary one or a hard one.
There's another escape room adventure DLC for Tales. Oh, look, you gotta hit the shop item.
Oh man.
Oh, shop item. Oh, shop item. Wow. Hey, well, you know what though? At least we got to play the free one, and we had 140 minutes of free-to-play game time.
Still wasn't too bad though for.
Yeah, that wasn't too bad at all, but that was definitely interesting. Oh my gosh.
See this creepy thing over here?
What is it?
This guy on the wall. That picture?
Yeah, it is the creepiest thing in here.
It is.
I bet you that was like the arms we were looking at.
Probably. I like how they got the reflections so you can like see.
Yeah. I don't know, what are you guys' thoughts on the game? What do you guys think? Not gonna lie. That took us a lot longer than we thought it would, dude.
Read that in the window. That's crazy.
The what? The what?
You could read the on-scroll, www.onscroll. It's backwards, but you can read it in the window. It's like reverse, the reflection. That's crazy. I like the reflection though, that's pretty cool. Most games don't have that reflection where you actually could see it.
No?
A lot of games you like look into a mirror and there's nothing.
Alright, guys. Wow. Well, you know what? That was actually pretty cool, man. I was hoping we at least do, you know, we had like the 4 maps and, but I mean, they gotta make money, you know.
Yeah.
They let you do 1 map for free, so that's cool. It's better than a double.
So how much are these maps anyway?
I think altogether they're about $15. If you get the bundle, I just took a peek at it. If not, it's like, I think that some of them are like, you get the escape bundle. Oh, I think those are other games.
How is it escape?
You get 3 items. How many maps are there?
There are,
1, 2, 3. Yeah, 3. Yeah, so you get all. Well, actually, I take that back. You get all 3 for $10.
So you get the Cold as Ice for $4.99.
Yeah, the VR bundle is the 15, but the regular desktop bundle is $10. You get Cold as Ice, Illusion, and Sleepy Hollow.
$2.99, $4.99, and $2.99. So.
Mm-hmm.
What if you get these on T2A? Why not?
Yeah, so it looks like on Steam they're going to be roughly about $10 for all of them. If you buy them individually, they're $5 a piece. Holy sheesh.
Oh, they don't have it.
Yeah, guys. So we pretty much did our 4.5 hour run here, guys. So we're gonna actually go ahead and take a break. We'll be back on again tomorrow. Hopefully I'll get to see you guys then, and hopefully you guys did enjoy this episode. But until then, see you guys next time.